Chosen one, pause right here. Don't scroll. Don't move. Just breathe. Let this sacred moment find you fully, because what you're about to hear isn't just another message. It's a divine interruption, a holy summons that's been waiting for the exact second your soul would be ready to receive it. And that second is now. This isn't random. This is divine orchestration. For 2 hours, the heavens held their breath. For 2 hours, the Archangel Michael himself stood guard over your spirit, watching, shielding, waiting. Not because you were late, but because God was waiting for the noise around you to finally die down. Because he needed you still enough to listen, not with your ears, but with your soul. Do you feel that shift in the atmosphere? That gentle pressure behind your ribs? That's not imagination. That's heaven leaning in. You've been followed, yes, but not by darkness. You've been studied, but not for scandal. Someone watched you closely, hoping to uncover weakness, but instead they found holiness. They found sacred resilience wrapped in human scars, and something broke inside them. They turned toward heaven, and that's when Michael was dispatched. Chosen one, your stillness has spoken louder than your words ever could. And now God speaks, not to shame you, but to reveal you. Not to expose your wounds, but to anoint your silence. Heaven is no longer hiding what hell tried to bury. The Lord says in Luke 8:17, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." If your spirit is stirring right now, don't ignore it. Drop a 777 in the comments as your yes to God's timing, your yes to divine unveiling, your yes to stepping out of hiding and into destiny. Not superstition, alignment, not ritual, readiness. To every soul who's already commented, supported, or simply whispered yes under their breath, thank you. Your presence here is not invisible. Whether you've given through a super thanks or simply opened your heart, you are seen, honored, and deeply loved. But stay close, because what comes next will shatter walls you didn't even know you built. The silence is over. The veil is lifting. Now come closer. The next part will change everything. God's chosen ones. God waited 2 hours before saying this. Don't ignore it. It didn't make sense at first, did it? The silence that wrapped itself around you like a fog too thick to see through. The delay that felt like rejection in disguise. That 2-hour stretch where heaven felt like it had turned its face. And all you could hear was the rush of your own anxious breathing and the quiet throb of unanswered prayers. But chosen one, what you misread as divine hesitation was actually sacred recalibration. You weren't being overlooked, you were being overhauled, because when God waits, it is never a mistake. It is never because he's busy or uncertain. It's because he is precise, calculated, sovereign. And when he pauses before speaking, it's not because you're unworthy of the answer, but because the version of you sitting at hour 0 was not yet ready to hold what hour 2 would bring. Can a seed complain that it is hidden in soil before it sprouts? Can the moon accuse the sun of betrayal just because it waits in the shadow for light? No, because nature understands the rhythm of divine design. That silence you endured, it was not emptiness. It was a sacred pause where heaven whispered, "Not yet, not because I won't, but because I must prepare the way." Remember Elijah in 1 Kings 19. The mighty prophet who had seen fire fall from heaven now stood broken under a tree, expecting God to move loudly, in the wind, in the earthquake, in the fire. But the Lord came in a gentle whisper. Why? Because God speaks differently when he's healing you. When the world quieted, Elijah could finally hear what his soul had longed for all along. Could it be that your silence too is the doorway to that whisper. Now, let's talk about those 2 hours. They felt endless, didn't they? But what if they were the exact time frame heaven used to reroute a demonic assignment sent against you? What if, in those same 2 hours, God softened the heart of someone whose breakthrough is tied to your obedience? What if he was preparing the stage for something so divine that had it come earlier, you would have missed it or mishandled it? Lucia, a painter from the Amalfi Coast, once shared how she sat frozen before a blank canvas for nearly a year. "It was like my hands forgot how to create," she said. But one afternoon, as the sea wind howled outside and she sat silently for exactly 2 hours, something shifted. "It was like the sky breathed into my hands," she recalled, "and the painting poured out of me as if heaven had been holding it all this time." That's divine delay, not denial, but delivery in its proper hour. Even Jesus waited. In John 11, after hearing that Lazarus, his beloved friend, was gravely ill, he stayed where he was for 2 full days. Why? Because resurrection only holds power once death has fully settled. If Jesus had rushed, they would have seen a healing. But because he waited, they witnessed a resurrection. Could your delay be heaven crafting a miracle that has to be late to be holy? Let's go deeper. In Acts 1:4, before his ascension, Jesus commanded the disciples to wait in Jerusalem for the gift the Father promised, the Holy Spirit. They didn't know when or how it would come, but in that upper room, in the silence between Ascension and Pentecost, something sacred was being formed. And in Acts 2:2, suddenly a sound like the blowing of a violent wind came from heaven. Do you see it? The weight was the womb of the wind. And what about the eagle? It doesn't flap frantically through turbulence like smaller birds. It waits, still and confident, at high altitudes for the right wind to carry it. Because its strength isn't in noise, but in timing. You weren't created to flap aimlessly through spiritual chaos. You were built to soar when the divine current moves. Pope John Paul II once said, "In the designs of providence, there are no mere coincidences. And you, chosen one, are not waiting by chance. This moment, these very 2 hours, may have been etched into time long before you were born." What if stepping out too soon would have led you into a counterfeit opportunity dressed in destiny's clothes? Let's magnify that with a contrast. Take Howard Schultz, former CEO of Starbucks. Few know that before his global success, he was rejected by over 200 investors for his coffeehouse vision. But instead of forcing the door open, he paused. He waited. He refined. Eventually, the right doors opened. But imagine if he had partnered with the first offer out of desperation. He later admitted, it would have ruined the entire purpose. Now, compare that to Elizabeth Holmes, former CEO of Theranos. She refused to wait, rushed development, silenced doubters, and chased success prematurely. Her downfall was not just legal, it was spiritual. It was a parable of what happens when timing is manipulated and silence is ignored. What if the delay you're enduring is the thing protecting your legacy from premature exposure? And what if the silence you feel isn't about you at all? Andre, a quiet hospital janitor, sat in a chapel for hours after his shift, praying for a word. 2 hours passed. Stillness. But then a stranger entered, grieving, broken. And Andre, with nothing rehearsed, became a vessel of peace. Later he said, "I thought I was waiting for me. Turns out I was waiting for them." What if you're not waiting for clarity, but waiting to become someone's answer? So what if this isn't about getting something, but becoming someone? Psalm 27:14 tells you, "Wait for the Lord, be strong and take heart, and wait for the Lord." Isaiah 40:31 reminds you, "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles." Waiting doesn't mean weakness. It means warrior stillness. It means your faith is strong enough to trust the silence. It means you believe that the God who hung every star has not lost track of your tears. Picture this: a thunderstorm gathering on the horizon. The air is still but heavy, the animals quiet, the trees stiffen, nothing moves. And then, without warning, the sky bursts open and everything changes. The silence wasn't the absence of activity, it was the reverent anticipation of divine movement. So don't curse the pause, don't ignore the hush. Those 2 hours weren't hollow, they were holy, packed with divine orchestration, angelic strategies, and timelines realigning around your name. They were never wasted, they were woven. Chosen. 1. There's a question rising, not in your mouth, but in the chambers of your spirit. What if this delay is the exact space required for a miracle too large to arrive on your old timeline? What if what you thought was God being late was actually God being perfect? And what if the longer it takes, the heavier the glory it's going to carry? And now, chosen one, the veil is lifting, not to punish, but to prepare. This isn't about vengeance, it's about clarity. Someone will come forward soon, not with pride or confrontation, but with sorrow soaked in silence. Their actions weren't rooted in cruelty, but in panic. When they feared losing you, they didn't choose truth, they chose control. And control, when driven by fear, always leads to destruction. Proverbs 29:25. Fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe. But what if their undoing wasn't your words, but your stillness? What if their collapse came not from your strength, but from your peace? You didn't rise by retaliation, you rose by radiance. And now that radiance has become a mirror, not one of judgment, but of undeniable truth. Their shame wasn't shouted at them, it was reflected in the purity you carried without even trying. You weren't made to be someone's suspicion, you were chosen to be someone's awakening. Matthew 5:14. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Let that settle into your spirit like the hush before a storm. There was a man, sent to investigate you, paid to observe, trained to remain distant. But his undoing didn't come through confrontation. It came through a single frame, a photograph. You were standing alone, unaware, unguarded. You weren't speaking, you weren't performing. But your eyes held something deeper than language, something ancient. He said later, it was like a prayer was staring back at him. Not a pleading prayer, but one already answered. And it haunted him, not as a threat, but as a conviction. It followed him home like unfinished business between heaven and his conscience. Why does that happen around you? Why do strangers either cling to you or flee from you? Why do some get angry in your presence without you saying a word? It's because you carry a stillness that disturbs the unhealed. Your peace is not passive, it is prophetic. Your calmness confronts what others are running from. Corinthians 2:15. You are the aroma of Christ among those who are being saved and those who are perishing. Ecclesiastes 3:7. There is a time to be silent and a time to speak. He was hired to find dirt, but he found treasure. And you're not the first this has happened to. Remember Saul on the road to Damascus in Acts 9. He was determined to destroy what was sacred, but instead he encountered what was holy. One flash of light, and his entire life was redefined. Could it be that those sent to uncover you are actually being drawn into their own transformation? Let me tell you about Rafael, a former journalist from São Paulo. He was assigned to write an expose about a woman known for her mysterious prayer gatherings in the favelas. He expected delusion. Instead, he found deliverance. He wrote later, "She didn't try to change me, but being in the same room with her changed how I saw everything." That's what you do without even trying. Or think about Mila, a hospice nurse in Idaho. She was being followed by a private investigator hired by a bitter ex-partner, but the man shadowing her found himself staying outside her patient's window, not to spy, but to weep. She held a woman's hand for hours while she died, he later admitted, and I realized I hadn't held anyone that way in years. Isaiah 58:10. If you spend yourselves in behalf of the hungry and satisfy the needs of the oppressed, then your light will rise in the darkness. You want a real-world example. Cons Mildred Fay Jefferson, the first black woman to graduate from Harvard Medical School, who stood firmly for her convictions in the face of institutional pushback. She didn't storm buildings or shout into microphones. She used her intellect, her integrity, and her quiet authority. One of her harshest critics, a prominent medical board chair who once dismissed her voice in public debate, later admitted in his memoir that Jefferson's calm logic unraveled more defenses than outrage ever could. While others used policy and pressure to silence dissent, she used the weight of unwavering truth, and it echoed louder than any protest chant. One led through fear, the other through divine fragrance. Guess which one history honored? And if you need yet another witness, look to Marina Abramovich, the world-renowned performance artist often called the grandmother of performance art. In 2010, she sat silently at a table in the Museum of Modern Art in New York for 736 hours, locking eyes with strangers one by one. No words, no explanations, just presence. And yet, people broke down in tears. Some ran away, others returned for hours. One of those who sat before her was Ulay, her former lover who had left her decades before without a proper goodbye. When their eyes met again after years of silence, he didn't speak. He simply reached out, and Marina, without defense or bitterness, took his hand. The room wept. That's not just performance, that's spiritual confrontation without a single word. She later said, "The hardest thing is to do something which is close to nothing, because it is demanding all of you." Chosen. One, doesn't that sound like you? You don't shout, you don't retaliate, but your stillness is thunder. Your peace is a mirror. Your silence is sacred strategy. Proverbs 17:27. The one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered. You are not walking in noise, you are walking in divine announcement. What they thought was your quiet exit was actually heaven's entrance. What others mistook as passivity was the unveiling of prophetic power. So now, with Desmond Tutu's still strength, with Marina's unshakable gaze, and with the whisper that once humbled Saul, you move forward, not to prove but to pierce, not to argue but to awaken, because you were never just meant to speak truth, you were born to embody it. Michael, the archangel, is not just circling you to protect, he's circling to reveal, because this isn't just about betrayal. It's about divine revelation collapsing the architecture of every secret built against you. Luke 8:17. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. Every whispered lie, every manipulative plan, every spiritual trap disguised as concern, it is being dismantled right now. You are entering a season where light speaks louder than logic, and silence echoes with more truth than accusation. What once threatened to ruin you is now trembling before the truth you carry. The presence of God within you is not ornamental, it is operational. It moves things, it exposes things, it heals, and it convicts. Hebrews 4:12. For the word of God is alive and active. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart, and don't think it will always be clean. Even Jesus drove out demons with a word. When holiness arrives, chaos must scatter. When your truth stands tall, everything built on lies begins to crumble. You are rising, not in rage, but in revelation. not to prove yourself, but to fulfill what has already been written about you. What others called investigation, heaven calls intercession. And you were never the target. You were always the trumpet. And still, chosen one, there's more being revealed, because heaven never delivers partial blueprints, only perfectly timed ones. What felt like silence was actually strategy, and what you mistook as a delay was divine recalibration. The pressure you feel isn't punishment, it's a summons into spiritual precision, and precision always requires pruning. But have you noticed what's been falling away? Why did your appetite for small talk suddenly disappear? Why do old memories now feel foreign, like they belong to someone else? Why does your spirit tense up in places your body once felt comfortable? Could it be that this isn't fatigue, but divine filtration? Could it be that your very atmosphere is being sanctified for sacred architecture to descend? This is not a hunch, it's a holy preparation, because God is not just elevating you, He's entrusting you. As it says in Nahum 1:7, the Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in Him, and heaven won't let you carry into your future what nearly corrupted your discernment in the past. Let me show you what that looks like in real life. Desmond Tutu, the South African Archbishop and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, spent decades under the surveillance of an oppressive regime. His phone was tapped, his sermons monitored, but his greatest weapon wasn't protest, it was peace. Even when threatened, he responded not with fury, but with truth delivered in calm dignity. His presence disrupted systems without raising his voice. Eventually, many of those who tried to silence him confessed they were undone by how freely he forgave. And yet, for every Desmond, there is always a Goliath, a force that tries to mock the light before it ever steps into its full power. In this case, that Goliath was the apartheid system itself, built on fear, deception, and dehumanization. But just like Goliath, it fell, not by force, but by truth held with unwavering hands. Sometimes the greatest confrontation is not external. It's how you choose to stand when the pressure hits. Want a more familiar soul? Let's talk about May, a mail carrier from a coastal town in Portugal. She delivered letters to the same families for over 20 years. No headlines, no spotlight. But one neighbor, troubled by his own demons, accused her of tampering with his mail. He installed cameras. He called the postmaster. She said nothing, just kept delivering, smiling, praying silently. Years later, when that man suffered a stroke, it was May who sat beside his bed, reading his letters aloud when he couldn't. He wept and whispered, "Why didn't you treat me like an enemy?" She replied, "Because I knew you were at war with yourself." Romans 12:20 says, "If your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he's thirsty, give him something to drink." And, chosen one, you have done exactly that. You've been feeding those who starved you. You've offered light to those who once tried to dim yours. That's not weakness. That's divine strength in disguise. And nature agrees. Picture the hawk, not the one soaring, but the one still, perched high above the storm, wings tucked in, unmoved. It waits, watches, calculates, because wisdom doesn't rush. It reads the winds. It understands that not all movement is progress, and not all noise deserves your attention. You've become that hawk, the one that intimidates without trying, the one that makes others tremble, not because of aggression, but because of clarity. But here's the part they don't see: the years it took for your feathers to grow, the seasons you spent grounded, flightless, learning silence as a survival skill. That's why when they try to calculate your spirit, they fail. Because what you carry isn't taught, it's endured. Now listen closely. You are not being called to explain this transformation. You are being called to embody it. So pause before you speak. Pause before you respond. not every "how are you" deserves the truth. Not every "I miss you" is repentance. Some come not to honor your light, but to document its glow for their own comfort. Ezekiel 3:10 says, "Take into your heart all my words, which I will speak to you, and listen closely." And that is what Archangel Michael is doing even now, listening not to your posture, but to your permission, watching to see if you will allow heaven to complete what it started, without compromise. Because, chosen one, what if this entire season was never about survival, but spiritual readiness? What if your eruption wasn't your breakdown, but your birthing ground? What if the hidden monitoring wasn't a curse, but a catalyst? And now, I must ask you this: are you willing to be so aligned with heaven that even your silence becomes prophetic, that your peace becomes a weapon, that your stillness becomes the earthquake that shakes every unclean intention around you? Because, beloved, the volcano has rumbled, and what erupts next is not destruction, it's deliverance. And the one who tried to investigate your light through someone else, they will either walk away without words or return in repentance, because when the Lord defends his chosen, no one walks away unchanged. As it is written in Deuteronomy 32:36, the Lord will vindicate his people and have compassion on his servants when he sees their strength is gone. You were never just part of the story, you were the turning point, the shift in atmosphere, the unspoken pause that redirected the narrative. Even those who watched from afar have come to realize you're not to be observed like a subject, but honored like a sign. You weren't weak, you were preserved. You weren't hidden, you were being positioned. Yes, you may still feel the aftershocks of uncertainty, but don't let that displace your truth. Psalm 27:1 says, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" Let the word of the Lord drown out every remaining whisper of fear. Light is rising in every corner of your life, not just in your relationships, but in your calling, your creativity, your provision. What if the moments that felt like abandonment were actually assignments? What if the surveillance you sensed wasn't a threat, but a signal of just how much weight your presence carries? Could the people who tried to decipher your peace have actually been desperate for their own? What was once chaos is now being rewritten as clarity. The fog you walked through wasn't confusion, it was cloud cover sent to conceal you from premature attack. Like seeds buried under snow in the final days of winter, you weren't dormant. You were being hidden, nourished by silence, protected in the soil of divine timing. The one who started this pursuit, they weren't after data, they were longing for peace. And in you, they glimpsed something they couldn't quantify. But peace isn't found through surveillance. Peace is found through surrender. And what they once tried to extract through intrusion, they may now return to receive through reverence. Let me show you what that looks like in real life. Viola Luzzo, a Detroit housewife and civil rights activist, left behind comfort to march for justice in Selma. She wasn't a politician, she wasn't famous, but her courage carried the weight of heaven. Her mere presence on the front lines rattled the foundations of racism. When the Ku Klux Klan, fueled by hatred and secrecy, hunted her down after one peaceful act of solidarity, they didn't realize they were confronting a soul already sealed by divine assignment. Her silence was not surrender, it was sacred obedience. Romans 12:21. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. And you, chosen one, walk in the same legacy. They didn't come after you for information, they came after the peace you carried. They thought they could understand it through investigation. But peace doesn't unravel under scrutiny. It magnifies, and it convicts. Why do they seek you? Not to understand, but to unsettle. Why do they observe you quietly, but leave shaken? Could it be that what they see in you forces them to confront the truth they buried in themselves? Now hear this and treat it as sacred instruction. Tonight, in the silence of your own space, light a candle if you can. Power off the distractions. Let there be no sound, no screen, no static, just you and the presence of heaven. And speak these words with intention. I allow the truth to flow. I am ready for clarity. I forgive those who trespassed. I welcome divine protection. I release fear. I trust divine timing. I am safe. I am ready. I am seen. When these words are spoken with an open heart, the atmosphere will shift, and before this week ends, something specific will confirm it. A name, a message, a moment too exact to dismiss. When it happens, don't say, "That's strange." Say, "That's God." Isaiah 45:2. I will go before you and will level the mountains. I will break down gates of bronze and cut through bars of iron. He has already gone before you. The paths your feet have not yet touched have already been cleared. Conversations spoken in the dark were intercepted by light. You were never alone, even in the silence. And you were never left unprotected, even when the enemy moved in shadows. Think of it like the tide. It pulls back quietly, drawing everything away for a moment, but only so it can return with greater force. That's what's happening now. You are not in retreat. You are in divine recoil before your surge. Now, divine justice is unfolding, not with chaos, not with vengeance, but with clarity, with peace, with precision. And if your spirit feels still in this moment, that stillness is not emptiness. It is confirmation. Your soul is remembering something eternal. The truth has surfaced. The watchers have been exposed. The shadows have met the light. But what comes next does not depend on the plot. It depends on your posture, not fear, not retaliation, but spiritual alignment, a quiet confidence that every step, then and now, was ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. Chosen one, walk forward in that truth. The turning point is here. Not loud, not dramatic, but deeply spiritual. You were not the one being investigated. You were the one being revealed. You were never powerless, only unaware. But now, chosen one, that veil has been torn, not by force, but by the gentle hand of God, lifting what once blinded you to your own authority. And with every sacred breath of new awareness, your spirit is reclaiming the ground once quietly surrendered. Territories that had been signed over to fear, handed to fatigue, or falsely occupied by opinions that were never holy to begin with. Can you feel it? That strange lightness that comes not with a parade, but with permanence. The heaviness that once clung to your name, the weight of being misunderstood, misjudged, mishandled, is now falling away like rusted chains in the silence of midnight. This isn't just awakening, it's divine acceleration, timed with surgical precision by the one who makes all things new. Revelation 21 verse 5. And when heaven accelerates something, it doesn't check schedules or seek permission, it simply moves. Why is your name now being whispered in rooms that once erased it? Why do your old critics fumble their words around you? Those who once dismissed your anointing, now lowering their gaze in reluctant awe. Why does the very silence they once mocked now echo louder than their accusations? Could it be that heaven has turned your stillness into strategy? Because, beloved, when God defends his chosen, even the watchers leave marked. Just as Job 5:12 declares, he thwarts the plans of the crafty, so that their hands achieve no success. What they meant to use against you has now risen as testimony for you. What was sent to expose you ended up uncovering their own manipulation. You didn't even lift your voice. And still, the shaking began. Let me take you to Lisbon, to a man named Elijah Rocha, a spiritual artist who creates only in silence. His art isn't flamboyant. It doesn't scream. It breathes. His canvases hold no slogans, just sacred stillness soaked in spirit. Years ago, Amador Cortez, a media mogul with money but no peace, sent a private agent to unearth Elijah's past. They were convinced that pain, not purity, birthed his power. But the investigator returned not with scandal, but with silence. "I went in to uncover a man," he said, "but I came back having met something eternal." Elijah never explained. He never defended. He simply remained. And it was that presence that turned the observer into a believer. That's what happens when you walk in sacred alignment. You don't need applause to be effective. You don't need a platform to be prophetic. You carry divine resonance, and it is recognized even by those who intended harm. But even deeper are the unseen miracles, those not documented, not posted, not praised. Let me tell you about Emilia, a florist in a forgotten coastal town. No social media, no fan base, just obedience. One morning, stirred by something she couldn't name, she laid a bouquet of rosemary and lavender at the doorstep of a stranger. No note, no explanation, just beauty left behind. 3 weeks later, that man returned, tears soaking his collar, voice shaking. "You don't know me, but that bouquet saved me. I had a plan, but then I saw hope in your flowers." Emilia told no one, but heaven did, because the miracles birthed in silence often roar the loudest in eternity. And now, chosen one, that rhythm is your inheritance. You are no longer reacting to life. You are recalibrating atmospheres. Have you noticed it? How the air becomes still when you speak from your core. How certain animals, like deer or doves, linger longer when you pray under open skies. How even strangers seem to open up, not because of your charisma, but because of your calm. Why is it that your breath feels like sacred incense in some spaces? Because nature recognizes spiritual alignment. The lion doesn't justify its roar, the tide does not seek permission to rise, and the oak tree doesn't bend to please the wind. It grows upward regardless. That's who you've become. You are no longer a performer of survival. You are a participant in divine prophecy. As Ecclesiastes 3:11 reminds us, He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart. That's why your presence confuses people who only understand time in hours and days. You are moving to the pulse of eternity, not the tick of the clock. And those around you can't name it, but they feel it. Do you know what's happening now? Your wholeness is interrupting someone's storyline. Your healing is contradicting their gossip. Your unshaken peace is destabilizing their carefully crafted lies. But this is not your burden to correct. It's your banner to carry. You don't need to chase closure anymore. You don't need to craft clarifying statements for those who were never listening to begin with. The ones who once labeled your silence as weakness, they're about to witness your rising. So, prepare, not out of fear, but in sacred confidence. Fix your posture, adjust your rhythm. Expect the divine in the hidden, because something is coming, and it may not look like a burning bush or a thunderous voice. It may come as a soft invitation, a look from a stranger, a sudden knowing. And when it comes, be found whole, not haunted. Be found ready, not rehearsing pain. And in the meantime, can you stay tender while walking in power? Can you be surrounded by noise but not lose your stillness? Can you allow your light to rise without shrinking in the name of humility that was never holy to begin with? As Psalm 125, 2 promises, "As the mountains surround Jerusalem, so the Lord surrounds his people both now and forevermore." That is not poetic fluff. That is supernatural strategy. You were hidden, not neglected. You were isolated, not ignored. Because what you carry is not just influence, it is inheritance. What if your healing wasn't just about your comfort, but someone else's courage? What if your scars are someone else's roadmaps? What if the one who once tried to decipher your silence is now unraveling their own chains? Simply because they watched you stand. Because, chosen one, You are no longer just a witness to miracles. You are the miracle. And those who once watched you in secret will now bless you in public, not out of guilt, but out of awe, because they'll finally understand. They weren't watching a person. They were witnessing a move of God. So, are you ready to carry this into the world? Are you ready to walk with wonder, speak with sacred clarity, and glow with a radiance that owes no apology? Because heaven has already begun the next movement, and all of creation is watching. But the Most High is now calling you back, not gently, not vaguely, but with holy urgency, back into divine alignment, into unapologetic authority, into the radiant wholeness of your being. You were never meant to fold yourself small for the comfort of others. You were not made to shrink in the shadows of insecure hearts. You were formed to cast out darkness simply by standing still. You, chosen one, are the light they tried to dim. And every time you silenced your voice to preserve peace, something eternal within you groaned, because heaven never created you to blend in. It created you to break patterns, to shift atmospheres, to wake entire bloodlines from their slumber. Have you felt that ache? That divine discomfort every time you watered down your truth so others could feel taller? Why did your chest tighten when you bit your tongue in rooms that misunderstood you? Could it be that your soul wasn't malfunctioning? It was mourning its own silencing? For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. And have you noticed it lately? The sudden resurgence of old names in your inbox, the backhanded compliments that sound like rewrites of past mockery. Why are people now revisiting your past with reverence when they once rejected your presence? Could it be because the spirit they denied is now undeniable in you? What if their rejection was never rejection? It was divine redirection. What if the soil they buried you in was the exact ground that birthed your strength? You were never what they called you. You were simply the one they weren't ready to understand. Consider the artist Jean-Michel Basquiat, dismissed by critics, misunderstood by elites, too raw for polished circles. His brilliance wasn't palatable, so they labeled him erratic. But decades later, those same brushstrokes are heralded as prophetic. Opposite him stood Andy Warhol, entranced by Basquiat's glow, yet often complicit in commodifying it. Warhol admired the brilliance but never truly bore its weight. That's how many have treated you, chosen one, infatuated by your glow, but unwilling to sit with the fire it takes to maintain it. And now, like Basquiat, you are rising, not through explanation, but through expression, not through approval, but through alignment. Let me tell you about Clara. She spent years making peace with her silence. People praised her gentleness, but misread it as weakness. When her husband betrayed her trust, hiring a private investigator to understand her better, instead of listening with honesty, she didn't rage, she wept. And then she rose. Each night she lit a single candle and whispered, "God, return what was stolen through secrecy." 2 years later, she walked into freedom. And now, counsels women emerging from emotional surveillance. What tried to inspect her only ignited her. Because chosen ones don't crumble under scrutiny, they become conduits of fire. And what about you? Have you ever watched a glacier move? It doesn't roar, it doesn't flash, but it reshapes everything, slowly, quietly, unapologetically. You are that glacier now. You are not just enduring. You're etching new landscapes into the spiritual realm. You're carving out valleys of conviction with every silent decision to stay true to God. Could it be that the silence you once resented was actually your sanctuary? The place where God whispered not comfort, but commission. You are walking in the aftermath of divine interruption. Those who crossed your boundaries weren't just crossing into your space. They were trespassing on consecrated ground. What they encountered wasn't weakness, it was holiness. They came to observe and left convicted. They came to gather data and left covered in the dust of divinity. But listen closely. Do not let their betrayal build your bitterness. God is not asking you to construct walls. He's calling you to become a well, a place others can draw from, but only if they come in reverence. Because sometimes, chosen one, what looked like delay was divine interruption. The closed door wasn't punishment, it was protection. That missed opportunity was heaven's redirection. That heartbreak wasn't meant to crush you. It was heaven's gentle extraction from what could never carry your crown. God didn't remove you from the room to shame you. He pulled you out to sanctify you. And when heaven interrupts, it always installs something sacred in the stillness. Let me show you. There's a man named Roberto, a retired janitor in Buenos Aires. No fame, no title, just quiet prayers. One night, after locking up a city chapel, he felt led to leave a note. You matter more than you know. He didn't know who would find it. Days later, a suicidal traveler from Seoul knelt at that same altar, clutching the note like oxygen, a soul saved by silent obedience. So I ask you, what if your interruption was someone else's intercession? What if your silence was God's sermon to another's soul? What if your delay was heaven's defense system keeping you whole? You're not just being delayed, you are being designed for something holy, hidden, and heavy with glory. You are my hiding place. You preserve me from trouble. You surround me with songs of deliverance. Psalm 32, verse 7. And yes, it still hurts. The watching, the silence, the people who could have spoken up but stayed silent instead. But that ache, it's proof you haven't turned to stone. It's proof you still have a pulse. And God honors that tenderness. He doesn't discard the ache. He gathers it like pearls, stringing your sorrow into strength. This isn't just recovery. This is prophetic reversal. What they thought would confuse you has become your compass. What they meant for harm is now holy momentum. You're not merely rising, you are being revealed. And even the skeptics are whispering, could this be the hand of God? Don't armor up. Stay soft. Stay sovereign. Stay rooted in reverence. Your softness is not a liability. It is a weapon they cannot decode. For I am the Lord your God who takes hold of your right hand and says to you, do not fear, I will help you. Isaiah 41:13. Now inhale deeply, chosen one. Let this truth saturate your soul like dew upon ancient soil. You are not in recovery, you are in resurrection. You are not gathering what was broken, you are becoming what cannot be broken. And when they see you again, those who watched in secret, who misjudged your silence, who underestimated your roots, they will not stare in guilt. They will stand in awe, because they will realize they were never just watching a person. They were witnessing a move of God. You were never powerless, only unaware. But now, awareness is returning like the dawn, breaking over a long, cold valley. Can you feel it? That subtle but certain clarity that rises not in a rush, but with the certainty of light conquering shadow. And with that clarity comes acceleration. Suddenly, things that felt stuck begin to shift. People who once dismissed you now recall your name in hushed tones. Doors that once closed in your face are slowly creaking open. But are you ready for the attention that comes with elevation? Can you remain grounded when the same ones who mocked your silence now admire your wisdom? Even the one who watched your story unfold from the shadows, who paid for proximity without permission, will be unable to deny what's happening. They wanted data. Instead, they got conviction, and what once unfolded in secret will now unfold before witnesses. You may wonder, will their curiosity become repentance? Will they leave quietly, or will they be changed forever? The answer may not matter as much as you think, because your story is no longer about proving anything. It's about becoming everything God wrote over your life. As written in Psalm 23, verse 5, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. That's not just a promise, it's your present. This next chapter of your life isn't merely a breakthrough, it's a rebirth, a redefinition of identity. You are no longer seeking peace through outcomes. You are carrying peace as your posture. Let me tell you about a woman named Clara. Just last year, she was nearly broken, abandoned by someone she trusted, overlooked in her career, told she was too emotional to lead. But instead of collapsing under rejection, she chose to heal in silence. She sat with God in the quiet places, wrote her prayers in journals stained with tears, and dared to believe she was still worthy of joy. And this week, she stepped into a leadership position created specifically for her. She didn't ask for revenge, she asked for peace, and peace became her crown. And it's happening to you too. Your spirit is now walking in a rhythm where delay becomes divine alignment. That restlessness you felt, it was labor. That silence, it was the sound of heaven writing the next act. Even nature reflects this. Have you ever seen how the sunflower turns its entire being toward the light, even on days when the sun hides behind clouds? It waits, unwavering, for brightness it cannot see. You are that sunflower now, rooted, expectant, turning toward a light you trust even in obscurity. The enemy tried to stop this rebirth. He saw the shift, your prayers growing bolder, your love unshaken by betrayal. He tried to wear you out, drown you in confusion, bury your joy in delay. But you kept rising. And the moment you whispered yes to heaven, the earth began to realign. As written in Jeremiah 1:5, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That wasn't metaphor, that was blueprint. And now the heavens are orchestrating divine encounters. Yes, in actual days. An unexpected message, a soft sentence, a conversation that shifts the axis of your life. Will you recognize it when it comes? Will you let your heart feel it, even if it scares you? Public recognition is no longer your prize. Peace is. You are no longer begging to be seen. You are standing in plain sight with nothing left to prove. And the one who once watched in curiosity is now watching in awe. Not because you performed, but because you endured. Even figures of great visibility bear this truth. Take Simone Biles, the gymnast who walked away from Olympic expectations, not in weakness but in wisdom. She chose mental and spiritual clarity over applause, and in doing so, redefined strength for a generation. And contrast her with someone like Harvey Weinstein, a man who built his empire on manipulation and deception, only to be brought low by truth he could not control. Light always reveals. And what was done in the dark is never stronger than what's carried in the soul of the chosen. But what if heaven isn't just preparing your moment? It's preparing someone for your moment. Yes, someone is being readied for you right now. They won't come to fix you. They'll come to walk beside you in reverence. Their scars will speak a language your soul recognizes. They will not take, they will protect. They will not rush, they will honor. And when your eyes meet theirs, you won't ask, "Is this safe?" You'll simply breathe and know, "This is holy." As written in Ecclesiastes 3:11, "He has made everything beautiful in its time. And beloved, this is your time. But don't retreat now. Don't build walls out of old wounds. Don't let the trauma of false friendships harden your heart for real love. Do you remember how many times you prayed for something true? This is what those prayers built. So now, chosen one, breathe in the truth. You are no longer waiting for favor. You are walking in it. The world hasn't caught up, but heaven has already moved. Let that knowing carry you into every room, every decision, every quiet moment. Because your name is being whispered not in fear, but in favor. And when it comes, when the text arrives, the door opens, the eyes lock, the moment lands, don't call it strange, call it sacred, because it is. And now, chosen one, let us close this message, not with finality, but with divine activation. This isn't the end, it's a commissioning. What you've just received isn't a collection of poetic encouragements to store in your notes app and forget. It's a celestial summons etched into your spirit, a call to live differently now that you've seen the truth. Heaven doesn't just speak for comfort, it speaks for movement. And now that heaven has spoken, how will you respond? What will shift in your mornings now that you know you were marked before the womb? Jeremiah 1:5. What will you do with your voice now that you know it carries glory? How will you step into each room now that you understand your presence is sacred terrain? Revelation carries responsibility. You are no longer permitted to live small, not because of pressure, but because of purpose. You were never meant to survive the world's noise. You were born to quiet it. The moment you heard these words and your soul whispered, "That's me," a door opened, not just for blessing, but for becoming. So begin again, and begin intentionally. In the morning, before your fingers reach for a screen, reach for heaven. Speak out loud. Yes, speak it, so the air shifts around you. Today, I walk with God. Today, I move in clarity. Today, I live as the chosen. Even if it's just 5 minutes, create sacred silence. In your car, on your balcony, in the shower. Let that stillness be more than quiet. Let it become a meeting place, not an escape, but an encounter. Let Scripture be your anchor, not just when the winds rage, but when the waters are still. Let verses like Isaiah 58:11 remind you, the Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land and will strengthen your frame. You don't need to cling to every loud voice. You don't owe your attention to every demand. Your discernment is not arrogance. It's wisdom paid for by midnight prayers, unseen tears, and the courage to keep forgiving. And speaking of forgiveness, yes, forgive, but don't forget who you became through it. That version of you that wept and whispered prayers while the world slept, that version matters. Guard her, protect him. Don't shrink anymore to make room for those who never intended to carry your worth. Let me remind you of someone like Corrie ten Boom, a woman who hid Jews from Nazis, was imprisoned, and after losing her family, still forgave her captors. Her light wasn't loud, it was undeniable. And opposite her we recall the chilling legacy of Adolf Eichmann, the architect of industrialized evil, who couldn't comprehend why love would choose to forgive. One revealed heaven, the other exposed the abyss. So now when that person returns, the one who once crossed sacred boundaries but now approaches with humility, don't rush. Watch, listen, stay centered. Don't collapse your growth to offer comfort. Let them witness your stillness. Let your peace preach. And don't forget the quiet people like Jonathan, a delivery driver who lost his wife to illness and raised 3 children alone. He never once asked for recognition. He worked double shifts, prayed in silence, and told his daughter every night, "You are loved." That's where glory lives, in integrity that doesn't perform. You are now walking like the sea lion, a creature that swims with grace and dives deep, but returns to rest on sacred rocks, untouched by storms beneath. That's your rhythm now, deep, spiritual, anchored. Will you trust this pace? Will you let the slowness of healing become your altar? Can you believe that the door opening next week isn't random? It's the echo of every whispered yes you gave God in private. So walk forward, not with apology, not with fear, but with sacred boldness. The Lord is not waiting for you to perform. He is inviting you to be. And when that moment arrives, that message, that unexpected call, that look from a soul who sees you, don't say, "That's strange." Say, "That's God." Because it is. He has gone before you. He has held your name in rooms you didn't know existed, and He has prepared the hearts that are ready to receive you as you truly are. So let this final seal rest on your heart. You were never too late. You were never too broken. You were always becoming. And now, chosen one, if this message resonated with the quiet places in your spirit, if it confirmed what your heart has long suspected, then leave a comment below declaring it with your voice. I'm walking forward with peace. I am ready. I receive everything heaven has for me. Let heaven see it. Let your own soul hear it. And let the journey begin. Let us continue in prayer. Chosen one, let every word now spoken become incense rising. Let this moment become a meeting place between your soul and the Sovereign One. And Lord, even now we feel your nearness, not as a concept, but as presence, tangible, gentle, unmistakable. You are not the God of far-off galaxies only. You are the God of close whispers, the one who meets us in small rooms, long hallways, and quiet heartbreak, the one who turns bedsides into altars and ordinary days into divine appointments. Thank you for covering the places of our lives no one else sees, for clothing our confusion in clarity, for turning what the enemy meant for harm into the very soil of our growth. Thank you for every door you closed that looked good, but would have cost our peace, for every delayed yes that turned out to be holy protection. God, we surrender again, not out of fear, but out of faith. We release the questions that have kept us up at night, the ones with no neat answers, the ones that begin with why and end with silence. We place them in your hands now, not demanding a response, but trusting in your goodness. You are faithful when we are frail. You are wise when we are weary. And Lord, we lift up those who wounded us, not because they deserve it, but because we deserve peace. We forgive, not to erase the pain, but to loosen its grip. We release bitterness, so our hands are free to receive your blessing. We ask you to heal not only our wounds, but also the parts of us that learn to survive by hiding. Let your love find those rooms. Let your light touch those corners. Right now, Father, we call forth everything heaven has recorded under our names, the promises, the mantles, the moments. Let this be the hour where alignment overtakes anxiety, where presence drowns out pressure, where your voice becomes the loudest sound in our spirit. And let the watchers become worshippers. Let the investigators become intercessors. Let what was meant to expose us now elevate us. Holy Spirit, be the oil in our lamps, the calm in our storms, the friend in our loneliness. Speak to us in dreams. Move through our conversations. Guard our gates. Filter what enters, and stir up boldness again. Boldness to love, boldness to lead, boldness to live as the chosen, not just on mountaintops but in valleys, in inboxes, in ordinary rooms where your glory still lingers. We pray over our homes. Let them be saturated in peace. We pray over our bodies. Let healing flow. We pray over our minds. Let confusion be cast out. We pray over our timelines. Let divine acceleration begin. And finally, God, we don't just want your hand. We want your heart. We don't just ask for favor. We ask for formation. Make us into those who reflect your image, not through perfection, but through compassion. Let those who meet us encounter you. Let our presence become a prophetic atmosphere. Thank you for trusting us with this message, for speaking when we felt unworthy, for waiting patiently while we wandered, for reminding us again and again we are still yours. We seal this prayer in the mighty name of Jesus, the name above betrayal, the name above confusion, the name above every storm. Father, today we open our hearts wide, wider than fear, wider than memory, wider than pain. We say yes, yes to your healing, yes to your timing, yes to the divine realignments happening even now in the unseen. We won't resist what you are doing just because it feels unfamiliar. We won't cling to what you already told us to release. We won't shrink when you are calling us to rise. And we make this declaration today not as wishful thinkers, but as awakened ones. We are not victims of our past. We are vessels of your power. We will not live in cycles. We will walk in covenant. No longer will we confuse surveillance for significance or settle for attention when we are made for assignment. We are not just breaking generational chains. We are building generational altars. Altars of truth. Altars of trust. Altars where future sons and daughters will kneel and know the same God who never failed us will never fail them. So now, Lord, we ask one more thing, not for riches, not for revenge, but for revelation. Show us what you see. Let your Spirit be the lens through which we discern. Teach us how to love from overflow, not obligation. Show us how to carry our calling with grace. And if there's still any area in us resisting your voice, expose it gently, heal it wholly. We don't want to just look healed, we want to be whole. As we close this prayer, we do so with reverence. Let this not be a closing but a commissioning. Mark this moment in heaven's record as the day we crossed over, from silence to singing, from survival to purpose, from hiding to holy confidence. We walk forward now, not alone but surrounded, not unsure but anchored, not unfinished but unfolding. And we say aloud, even now, I am chosen, I am whole, I am ready. And Lord, for the one you are sending or have already sent, we pray, bless their becoming, shape their heart with gentleness and strength, prepare them to carry not just love, but wisdom. Let their spirit bring peace like fresh rain after drought. Let their presence be refuge, not rescue. We don't ask for perfection, we ask for partnership, a union forged in truth, rooted in purpose, and covered by heaven's fingerprint. May they not only witness our light, but honor the journey that shaped it. May they see the beauty in our scars and treat them as sacred. Abba, speak now into our future. We don't run, we walk forward in quiet confidence, knowing your hand is upon every step. As Psalm 37:23 declares, the steps of a good person are ordered by the Lord. So, order ours. Open the right doors. Close the ones that keep us small. Disrupt anything counterfeit. Let us miss nothing with our name on it. Make us sensitive to your divine interruptions, the moments disguised as ordinary, but designed to shift everything. Help us hear your whisper above the noise and respond, not from fear or past wounds, but from healed truth. Let our lives become evidence of what you can do with a surrendered soul. And for the one who watched us, the one who began this silent ripple, we pray for them too. May their curiosity lead to conviction. May their desire to study turn into surrender. May they look beyond the glow and see the God behind it. And when they fall to their knees, let it not be before us, but before you. Let this be their Damascus moment. Let this be the turning point of their life, the collision with glory that finally awakens what's been dormant within. Father, we seal this moment with holy gratitude, not because every detail makes sense, not because the road has been smooth, but because you, our rock and redeemer, are faithful. You are Alpha and Omega. You are defender, deliverer, and divine friend. You are the flame that never burns out and the whisper that never goes silent. And tonight, we don't just believe in you, we believe you. Every promise, every prophecy, every holy pause. We are ready, ready to walk in grace, ready to release what was, ready to receive what is, ready to become what you always saw in us. Let it be so. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. If you made it to this moment, thank you. You didn't just hear a message, you were entrusted with a confirmation. Something divine hovered over this space for 2 hours and waited for you, not to punish, not to pressure, but to pour out something sacred. And now that it's been spoken, the atmosphere around you has shifted. Let this be your reminder. God doesn't delay without purpose, and when he finally speaks, it's not noise, it's instruction. So hold it close. Let it echo in your steps, in your silence, in your decisions. Prayer doesn't end when the words stop. It continues in your posture, in your perspective, in your obedience. If this message stirred something in you, if your heart is still trembling from what heaven just confirmed, then don't stay silent. Leave a comment that says, "Amen, I receive it. I'm walking in divine alignment." Because your declaration is not just a response, it's a doorway. It's a signal that you're in agreement with what heaven just released. And if you feel led, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Every click helps this divine message reach another soul who might be standing right where you stood 2 hours ago, waiting, hoping, listening. To those who have supported through super thanks, and even to those who simply watched quietly in the background, thank you. Your presence matters. Your spirit was felt. And now, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May His face shine upon you. May you walk with clarity, protection, and divine precision in the days ahead. You're not late, you're right on time. Until next time, stay rooted, stay receptive, because heaven is still speaking, and this was only the beginning. Have you ever felt like you were living in the shadows of your own calling? Like your spirit had already arrived somewhere your circumstances hadn't caught up to yet? Chosen one, this message is not a coincidence. It's confirmation. You didn't just imagine the pull, the pressure, the divine preparation. You were marked long ago, and now the world is about to see it. For years, you walked with a knowing no one else could hear, a quiet frequency that didn't make sense to those around you. You weren't wrong. You weren't too deep, too spiritual, or too sensitive. You were just early. You were entrusted with vision before validation, purpose before platform. And now, everything that once ignored you is being commanded to recognize what heaven always knew. You were chosen. Drop a 777 in the comments if you know exactly what it feels like to be overlooked in public while God was building you in private. And to every beautiful soul who has supported this space through super thanks, I want you to know, your seed, your presence, and your faith are never invisible. I see you. I honor you. You are part of this unveiling. Because now, something is shifting. The silence is breaking. The delay is over. And what's coming next will make everything you've carried in secret impossible to ignore. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, God is finally showing the world who you really are. For so long, it didn't look divine, did it? It looked like delay, like doors closing just before your hand could reach the handle, like watching others walk into the very opportunities you prayed for, while you stood at the edge of readiness with no one calling your name. It looked like showing up early to a promise that hadn't even been written on the world's calendar yet. And it didn't just sting, it carved something silent and sacred in. Have you ever sat in a room where everyone clapped for someone who only imitated the very thing you had already lived? Have you ever watched someone be celebrated for what you endured in secret? You knew what you carried was real, yet the invitations went elsewhere. Your patience was misunderstood. Your silence was misread, while others. But here's what they didn't see. You weren't begging for entry. You were building endurance. You weren't trying to be noticed. You were being needed. And now, in the most unexpected way, life is circling back. Like rivers returning to their source, the very things that bypassed you are beginning to make their way back around. Not because the world finally matured, but because God is declaring it's your time. Think of Esther, hidden in the palace for such a time as this. Her preparation wasn't public, it was strategic. Her beauty was seen, but it was her bravery that would one day save a nation. And when the time came, it wasn't Esther who knocked on opportunity's door. She was summoned. Esther 4:14. Just like you, chosen one, you've been prepared for a moment that won't require you to shout. It will require you to show up, and everything in the room will respond to what's already inside you. And think of Jonathan Majors, once a homeless teenager sleeping in his car, labeled too intense, too different, even after graduating from Yale's School of Drama. For years he was passed over for roles that couldn't see the gravity in his quiet. But he kept showing up, not with noise, but with substance. And then came The Last Black Man in San Francisco, a film not built for mass appeal, but for depth. That role opened doors Hollywood had locked. He didn't arrive shouting. He arrived carrying presence, just like you. Have you noticed how people who used to overlook you now pause? Not because they gained insight, but because your presence interrupts the illusion they built around your absence. You're no longer who they imagined you were. And that unsettles their certainty. You were the quiet one, the humble one, the too much or not enough one. And now your life contradicts every label they ever tried to attach to you. There's something holy about becoming undeniable. I want to tell you about Jerome, a janitor from Delaware who cleaned hospital floors for nearly 30 years. Every morning before dawn, he'd pray in every corridor he mopped, asking God to bless the patients in those rooms. Nurses noticed how their toughest nights became strangely peaceful after he passed through. Then one day, a patient, unaware of who he was, shared in a podcast how an angel in scrubs would pass by at 4 a.m. and she would suddenly feel calm. That testimony sparked a story that led national news to his door, but Jerome never stopped mopping. He just did it now, knowing the world had caught up to what God had always known. He wasn't just cleaning floors, he was sanctifying space. You remind me of that. You didn't need applause to activate your assignment. You didn't need followers to validate your faithfulness. And now the fruit is growing where no one thought soil existed. Isn't that what Jesus meant when he said, "But many who are first will be last, and many who are last will be first"? Matthew 19:30. You were placed in the shadows not to shrink, but to sprout. And now, like wildflowers breaking through asphalt, your purpose is blooming in places no one believed life could emerge. Let me introduce you to Miriam, a single mother in Portugal who worked night shifts in a laundromat. Every break she wrote poetry on napkins and cardboard. She never published, she never posted, but her words carried oil. One day, her daughter uploaded one of her pieces online. It went viral, not because of marketing, but because truth has a resonance that algorithms can't replicate. Today, her poems are studied in schools across the country. And she still writes on napkins. Have you felt this too? That strange pull in the atmosphere. Like the wind has shifted, but no one else seems to be talking about it yet. That's because they didn't feel the forecast. But you did. You always have. And now the weather is finally catching up to your discernment. It's like watching an eclipse form in slow motion. Everyone stares in awe when the shadow reaches the center, but you've been tracking its path for years. You knew this convergence was coming. Your life is now aligning with a reality your soul has already made peace with. And what about Simon, the fisherman turned apostle? When Jesus called him, he didn't say, "Come prove yourself." He said, "Follow me, and I will make you a fisher of men." Matthew 4:19. The authority came not from performance, but presence. You're not stepping into this season because you changed who you are. You're stepping in because your consistency changed the atmosphere around you. Have you ever wondered why your softness irritated those who clung to superficial strength? Why your patience felt threatening to those addicted to chaos? It's because you're not a noise in the room, you're a frequency. And when true alignment enters, everything out of tune becomes uncomfortable. You are the North Star some will try to ignore until they realize it's the only point that doesn't shift. I'll tell you one more story about Nico, a man who once lived in the back of a food truck he helped fix but didn't own. He made sandwiches with so much care that customers returned just to see him smile. One day, a tourist took a photo of his handwritten menu and posted it. That picture sparked a movement of people seeking him out. Today, Nico owns 3 restaurants, not because he hustled, but because he honored what was in his hands when no one was watching. That's your story too, isn't it? You honored the vision long before it had results. You spoke life over empty soil. You prepared when no one promised to show up. And now that transformation is near completion, your life is meeting you where your soul has already arrived. You're not stepping into this season with noise or applause. You're stepping in with the quiet force of divine inevitability. They see you now, chosen one. But not because you changed. It's because you endured without bitterness and rose without permission. You're not just being seen, you're being revealed. They never saw it coming, did they? Your survival, your softness, the way your spirit stayed intact after so many storms tried to shatter it. They expected silence to suffocate you. They expected absence to erase you. They expected the weight to weaken you. But you, chosen one, you did something far more dangerous than breaking down. You remained. You kept breathing when breath felt like betrayal. You kept building while others doubted there was anything left to salvage. You protected your heart without hardening it. And now that strength is showing, not through dominance or declarations, but through presence. How do you explain the quiet kind of power that doesn't demand attention, but shifts the atmosphere when it enters a room? How do you describe the confidence that doesn't need to announce itself because it already knows where it belongs? Is it possible that you were never meant to be loud, just lasting? You walk like someone who has nothing left to prove, but everything left to fulfill. And if you've been feeling it lately, that strange, unspoken pull in the air, that's not pride and it's not imagination. It's the signal of arrival. It's the weight of your life catching up with your anointing. People will call it glow, or coincidence, or luck. But you know the truth. This isn't just your season. It's your emergence. You see, being hidden wasn't punishment. It was preservation. God didn't sideline you to forget you. He concealed you to form you, just like Gideon, who was threshing wheat in hiding when God called him mighty warrior. Judges 6:12. Before he ever held a sword, he had to wrestle with self-doubt. So did you. Before the mantle ever fit your shoulders, your heart had to grow strong enough to carry it. People love the visible, the polished, the instant. But heaven doesn't work on viral timelines. God has always chosen the hidden places for his deepest work. Think of Hannah praying silently in the temple, mocked, misunderstood, but birthing a prophet who would anoint kings. 1 Samuel 1:12-20. Or consider the cave of Adullam, where David gathered not warriors, but the broken, the rejected, and turned them into legends. And doesn't that mirror your story? The way you gathered pieces of yourself in silence, built faith without applause, planted promise in invisible fields. What if the reason your timeline didn't make sense wasn't because you were behind, but because you were ahead? Why do you think your timeline looked so different? Why did it seem like everyone else passed you while you stayed still? It's because you were being carved out, not cast out. The delay was deliberate. The silence was strategy. God was guarding what was growing inside you. Had you been revealed too soon, they would have mistaken your depth for decoration. Your message would have been marketed as a moment instead of a movement. Let me tell you about Reuben, a tailor from Lagos who made custom suits by hand in a small stall under a corrugated roof. He stitched quietly for 18 years, making garments for people no one photographed. One day, a bride's father, an unassuming client, turned out to be a top fashion editor. He wore Reuben's suit to an award show. Overnight, Reuben's tiny stall was flooded with international orders, but he didn't change his rhythm. He still prays before sowing, still finishes every piece with a single hand-stitched cross inside the lining, not for trend, for testimony. That's the difference, isn't it? You weren't made to trend. You were made to transform. And transformation takes time. It takes discipline. It takes letting go of the need to be seen so that you can become something worth seeing. You weren't wasting time in the shadows. You were being shaped in them. Your vision was too weighty for mass approval. Your calling too sacred for casual consumption. You didn't fold for fame. You stayed faithful for fruit. And now that fruit is sprouting in real time. Not loudly, not for spectacle, but undeniably. Have you felt it yet? That internal stretch, that quiet knowing that your soul has been waiting for your life to catch up. You're not imagining it. I once heard of Lena, a gardener in the Scottish Highlands. She grew heirloom roses that didn't bloom for the first 5 years. Most neighbors thought she was wasting her time. They whispered, mocked, doubted. But on the 6th spring, her garden exploded in color. Roses layered in fragrance so rich, tourists now travel hours just to walk past her gate. They weren't late, she said once in an interview. They were just deepening their roots. So were you. And speaking of deep roots, remember the words of the prophet Isaiah. So when the proper time comes, the Lord will make it happen quickly. Isaiah 60:22. You didn't miss your moment. You were being rooted for rapid manifestation. That's the thing about seeds planted in silence. They grow roots first, not petals. They don't beg for attention when they break through the soil. They simply rise. And when they do, you can't unsee them. You can't deny their place. Neither can you deny yours anymore. And yes, even those in the spotlight had to be hidden once. Oprah Winfrey, now a global icon of influence, was once told she was unfit for television, fired from her first job, doubted, laughed at. But what the world called a failure was heaven's way of saying, not yet. The next time she was seen, she wasn't auditioning, she was anchoring. Not because she changed her tone, but because her timing had caught up with her truth. That's your story too, isn't it? You honored the vision long before it had results. You spoke life over empty soil. You prepared when no one promised to show up. And now that transformation is near completion, your life is meeting you where your soul has already arrived. You're not stepping into this season with noise or applause. You're stepping in with the quiet force of divine inevitability. They see you now, chosen one. But not because you changed. It's because you endured without bitterness and rose without permission. You're not just being seen. You're being revealed. You can feel it, can't you? That strange yet sacred stretch. Like something beneath the surface of your life is expanding, too quietly to explain, but too powerfully to ignore. It's in the way your spirit leans forward, even when your schedule doesn't yet reflect the shift. It's in the way the pieces of your world, people, opportunities, revelations, are starting to click into place around what you've carried in your spirit for years. But what does it mean when the shift begins before the confirmation? Have you wondered why your soul seems to arrive before your circumstances do? Could it be that the divine blueprint was always ahead of your earthly timeline? Have you noticed that the things which once felt resistant are now opening? That the conversations around you have changed, even though you didn't force them? That what used to drain you no longer demands your energy? And what used to feel far away is suddenly within reach? You're not imagining it. This isn't coincidence. It's evidence. The world around you is beginning to rearrange itself, not because you became someone new, but because you finally stopped shrinking who you already were. The you that was once hidden behind politeness, behind waiting your turn, behind overthinking, has stepped forward without asking for permission. And even if no one says it aloud, they feel it too. There's a quiet recalibration happening when you enter the room. They don't know why, but the atmosphere bends. The current shifts. The story they told themselves about you no longer matches what stands before them. Because now you don't walk with hesitation, you walk with holy alignment. You're not loud about it. You're not changing your outfit or your accent or your volume. But there's something in your posture now that speaks louder than noise. The way you move, it's not pride, it's prophecy. You're moving like someone who knows that time is no longer something you chase. It's something that follows you. Like Mary of Bethany, who didn't run with the crowd, but chose the quiet feet of Jesus while others fought for position. She has chosen what is better, and it will not be taken away from her. Luke 10:42. You've chosen wisely too, not to perform but to align. And now the reward is unfolding, not in applause, but in divine recognition. Let me tell you about Jalen, a young man who once worked as a night cleaner in a corporate tower in Dubai. While others slept, he memorized floor plans, watched industry news on his phone, and left handwritten notes of encouragement on executive desks. One morning, a CEO returned early from travel, saw the notes, and asked to meet the person behind them. 2 years later, Jalen didn't just get hired, he was promoted to head of employee culture. He didn't climb, he carried, and that presence carried him. Isn't that what's happening to you now? You're not rising because you applied louder, you're rising because you're resonating deeper. The frequency of your spirit is matching the timing of your life. Even creation understands this. Think of the ocean's tide. It doesn't roar when it pulls back. It moves in rhythm with the moon, silently but surely reshaping every coastline it touches. That's you. You are the tide the world didn't see coming. You are the quiet revolution, moving through rooms that once overlooked you. But maybe the ocean metaphor still feels distant. Then picture this. The slow golden crawl of sunlight over the edge of a mountain range. Dawn doesn't announce itself with sound, it simply arrives, and when it does, everything changes. The shadows back away, the trees catch fire in color. That's the light you're walking in now. There's a quote from author and philosopher Lacey Carter. True influence doesn't demand space, it becomes the space. That's what your presence is doing now. It's not entering to compete, it's entering to command. And speaking of legacy, consider the story of Viola Davis, an Academy Award-winning actress who grew up in deep poverty, battling shame, hunger, and invisibility. For years, she auditioned and got passed over, told she didn't look the part, didn't fit the mold. But she kept showing up, not with noise, but with raw presence. Today, when Viola speaks, people don't just listen, they lean in. Why? Because the gravity she carries wasn't rushed. It was earned in silence, in waiting rooms, in whispered no's that never stopped her from becoming. And as the shift deepens, people may not compliment you, but they will comply. They may not understand you, but they will adjust. Because when God begins to spotlight what he's been building in the dark, even silence has weight. Even stillness speaks. The prophet Habakkuk once wrote, "Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Habakkuk 2:3. But look also at Isaiah 60:22. When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen. That promise isn't poetic fluff. It's eternal design. What you carried privately is now finding its public echo. And what's more powerful than that? You didn't beg for the room, you became the resonance. You've become a walking confirmation of God's timing. Let me ask you, what if the delay wasn't punishment but protection? What if your slow season was the scaffolding for a stage you're only now stepping onto? So if you've ever felt like your life was being slowly rearranged without your permission, let this be your confirmation. It wasn't rearranging around your fear, it was organizing around your future. This is not coincidence. This is convergence. And you, chosen one, you're not just stepping into divine timing, You are divine timing in motion. You no longer fit into the roles people once assigned you. And isn't that strange? How uncomfortable it feels when the clothes they once tailored for you no longer fit. Not because you've become arrogant, but because you've grown in truth. You tried to be the quiet one, the helper, the background person. You tried to wear the mask of meekness they understood, of invisibility they accepted. But now the seams are tearing. Not because you're reaching too far, but because your spirit outgrew the shelf they built for it. Have you ever looked around at the spaces you once called safe and wondered why they now feel so small? Why rooms that used to comfort you suddenly echo with dissonance? Why does it feel like the air itself is thinner in places where you once thrived? Could it be that you've simply outgrown the atmosphere of smallness? Not in ego, but in essence. Have you ever felt that inner tension, the kind where you walk into familiar rooms and feel like a stranger, like your energy no longer matches the frequency of the space, even if your smile still fits? That's not you changing to impress. That's you shedding the assumptions others placed on you. The mold is cracking, not because you forced it, but because you grew roots too wide and wings too vast. And the most holy part of it all? You didn't force your growth. You didn't campaign for attention. You simply stayed faithful to the whisper God gave you in the quiet, before it had language, before it had an audience. But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Jeremiah 17:7. That was you, rooted in trust, not applause, anchored in identity, not image, the kind of trust that makes you walk forward even when the road doesn't reveal itself, the kind of quiet that builds mountains inside your soul. Let me tell you about someone you might know. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, author of The Little Prince. He was told by publishers his story was too strange, too childlike, too quiet for a serious audience. But he didn't rewrite it to fit their mold. He trusted the purity of what was whispered to him. Decades later, his words have circled the globe and reshaped how millions think about innocence, loss, and wonder. He didn't write it to be understood. He wrote it to be true. And what about Eva, a single mother in Poland who worked 3 jobs to support her family? No one saw her late nights spent studying policy reform after cleaning offices. But when a local council was searching for someone who could bridge legal knowledge with lived compassion, it was Eva they called. She didn't push her way into the room. Her integrity pulled her in. You've done the same. You've chosen truth over trend, wholeness over hype, legacy over image. And now your inner landscape has expanded so far beyond the confines of who they thought you were. It makes their assumptions collapse under their own weight. Think of the bamboo tree, how it spends years growing only underground, seemingly motionless to the outside eye. People may think nothing is happening, but all the while it is forming a vast, intricate root system. And then, when the time's right, it can shoot up feet in just days. It's not fast growth, it's ready growth. That's you now. You're not rejecting where you've been. You're responding to who you've become. There's a quote by actress Viola Davis, who rose from poverty to become an Oscar winner through raw perseverance and truth. I always knew I deserved more, not because I was entitled, but because I refused to believe that brokenness was my only inheritance. You resonate with that, don't you? Because the ache you've carried wasn't weakness, it was sacred evidence of more. I remember the story of Zahra, a woman who worked for years as a typist at a legal firm. Everyone called her the silent shadow, but she spent her evenings studying human rights law, tutoring local girls in her neighborhood, and praying for discernment. One day, the firm was facing a crisis, wrongful eviction cases tied to vulnerable families. Zahra stepped forward with a quietly built case file, full of research and legal precision. She didn't just help win in court, she shifted the firm's entire mission, and she never changed her tone. She simply let her consistency speak. And so have you. You're not trying to escape your past. You're simply no longer compatible with the container it offered you. It was never designed to hold who you're becoming. The version of you they knew needed approval. The version of you emerging now needs alignment. Can you feel the space you once settled for now, pulling at the edges of your soul like a shirt 2 sizes too small? It's not rebellion, it's revelation. There's a reason God kept you hidden. There's a reason you weren't promoted when others were. Had you conformed to their image of you, you would have forfeited the image God was forming in you. And now that essence is expanding. Not in ego, but in evidence. You didn't shout, you didn't announce, you didn't rush, you grew, layer by holy layer, and that's why no one can take this from you. What God opens, no one can shut, and what He shuts, no one can open. Revelation 3:7. That is the seal over your season. So, when they look at you now and hesitate, when they try to place you in the box you once accepted, don't shrink, don't explain, don't apologize for evolving. You are no longer here to fit. You are here to fill the space only you were created to occupy. And that, chosen one, is the most powerful unfolding of all. Now the unveiling has begun. Can you feel it? That subtle shift when what was once buried beneath silence starts pressing toward the surface. And strangely enough, it's not the waiting that shakes you, it's the wondering if anything was ever happening at all. You lived through long seasons that felt like blank pages in a story you were promised would be divine. Not a sentence, not a plot twist, just quiet, stillness, shadows. And through it all your faith whispered, keep turning the page. Have you ever looked at a calendar and thought, is heaven even counting these days? Have you ever sat in a moment so still, so achingly uneventful, you questioned whether you missed something God was trying to say? You weren't waiting for glory. You weren't demanding light. You just wanted to feel seen by your own life. But for a while, it felt like nothing saw you back. The mirror didn't reflect movement. The prayers felt like echoes bouncing off walls with no reply. You poured effort into your days, like water into desert soil. And nothing sprouted, at least not where eyes could see. And still you remained. You didn't fake belief. You fought for it. You didn't hide your doubt. You carried it quietly beside your hope. You didn't dare speak those questions aloud. Did I misunderstand the assignment? Was I supposed to pivot sooner? Did all that pain mean nothing at all? But deep down, under layers of fatigue and uncelebrated discipline, you never let the light go out. You were a lantern behind frosted glass, dim to the world, but burning steady for heaven. That, beloved, was not failure. That was sacred construction behind closed doors. Think of the giant sequoia tree. For its first several years, it sends its roots deeper and deeper before even pushing a sprout above ground. It looks lifeless from the surface, but beneath, an entire network of strength is forming. That was you, not stagnant, structuring. I want to tell you about Emilia, a baker in a quiet corner of Florence, Italy. For years, she rose before dawn to knead dough by hand in a dim-lit basement kitchen. Her pastries went unnoticed by critics, unseen by tourists. But one stormy winter, a stranded food journalist stumbled into her shop. One bite changed his entire itinerary, and hers. His write-up didn't just bring visitors, it brought legacy. But Emilia hadn't changed her recipe. She had just stayed faithful while no one was watching. You did the same. You kept tending to your soul, even when the sky stayed silent. You kept honoring the sacred, even when no one saw what you were carrying. And now the soil has finally caught up with your seed. And isn't that what alignment truly is? Not perfection, not the absence of questions, just that deep, grounded resonance inside your chest whispering, "This was never for nothing." Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. You didn't give up. You didn't rush. You didn't need to be seen to become something real. And now, life itself is echoing back what you've carried all along. Even that ache you felt when others were praised and platforms passed you over, it was real. It was painful, but it wasn't the final word. It wasn't rejection. It was redirection. It wasn't delay. It was design. Let me share one more name with you, Morgan Freeman. Did you know he didn't land his breakout role until he was 52? Most would have given up after decades of being overlooked. But he didn't perform to prove. He waited with presence. And when the door opened, the world recognized what was already rooted. That's you now. The unveiling is not about them seeing someone new. It's about them finally seeing what God's been building all along. And you're stepping into rooms where your name has already been whispered. Places where your presence was prepared before you arrived. People are leaning in now. Not because you changed your tone, but because your frequency has been refined. You're not adjusting your voice to be heard. You're walking in such alignment that the world has no choice but to tune in. You're not just entering the spotlight. You are the evidence that light can grow in darkness. And now that it's beginning, this sacred unveiling, don't rush it. Don't downplay it. Let it unfold. Let your presence speak in ways your words never could. Because God didn't forget you, He formed you. And everything that used to feel like divine silence is now showing its true shape, preparation made visible. You're no longer standing at anyone's doorway, hoping to be noticed. You're no longer positioning yourself in the background, silently waiting for permission to enter. You've stopped editing your brilliance just to make others more comfortable. Something in you has shifted, not in your tone, not in your appearance, but in your presence. Quietly, without warning or announcement, without raising your voice or changing your rhythm, you've become the gravity in the room. And the thing about gravity, it doesn't need to speak to be felt. Isn't it something? How people now lean in when you speak, even when you whisper. How the air seems to still, their posture subtly shifts, their eyes narrow with focus, and their breath slows down, all because something in you commands reverence. They may not even understand why they're paying attention, but they are, not because you've become louder, but because you've become anchored. This is what true authority feels like when it's born in silence. The kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power. 1 Corinthians 4:20. You didn't rehearse your way here. You surrendered your way here. You didn't manufacture moments. You cultivated alignment. And now, even your stillness carries weight. Even your quiet changes rooms. There's a reason people pause when you enter. Now. They may not recall your name, but they remember how your presence made them feel. You don't strive to be acknowledged. You simply exist in a way that shifts the temperature of any space you inhabit. You don't demand change, you become the change. Have you ever noticed that you don't even have to speak anymore to shift a conversation? That your presence alone is beginning to answer questions people didn't know they were asking? Let me tell you about Ava, a librarian in Toronto who spent 15 faithful years at a small community center. She never made headlines, no viral clips, but she read poetry aloud to children during recess and wrote handwritten letters to kids wrestling with identity. A decade later, one of those kids, now a spoken word artist with a global platform, mentioned her name on national television. She didn't just give me books, he said. She gave me a reason to believe I belonged on the page. That one sentence birthed a scholarship fund in Ava's name. But Ava didn't get louder. She simply kept showing up. And now her quiet consistency echoes louder than any microphone ever could. And that's exactly how heaven moves. It's not about volume, it's about alignment, about carrying something that can't be taught, only entrusted. You carry that now. Have you noticed it? The way certain conversations lose their momentum when you walk in. How chaos seems to settle and shallow talk starts to stumble when you speak, even if it's just one sentence. Why do you think that is? Could it be the atmosphere knows something before the people do? That what you carry spiritually announces itself before you ever speak naturally? You've become the stillness that silences noise, the calm that confronts chaos, the steady pulse that makes people realize they've been living out of sync. You never demanded their respect. You disrupted their illusions. And you did it without judgment, without performance, without pretense. Even in nature, the strongest forces move in silence. The tide that devours coastlines doesn't need applause. The roots that crack concrete don't announce themselves. The mountain casts its shadow with no sound. And the glacier, slow, massive, hidden beneath the surface, reshapes entire landscapes in deliberate silence. Its power cannot be rushed. Its movement is quiet, but its effect is eternal. That's what you've become, a spiritual glacier, undeniable, unstoppable, quietly rewriting the terrain around you with every step. You remind me of Chadwick Boseman, the late actor whose quiet depth stirred the entire world. He didn't chase attention. He embodied his purpose so completely that audiences didn't just watch, they felt. And when his passing was revealed, the grief wasn't just for the artist. It was for the presence, because it had always been there, unannounced, but utterly undeniable. And then there's Lea Salonga, the voice behind Jasmine and Mulan, a Broadway legend who never shouted for recognition. While others chased stardom, she embodied sincerity. Her performances weren't always viral, but they were timeless. She made people feel. She didn't need tabloid headlines. She had tone, truth, and training. And now, decades into her career, she is honored not for controversy, but for consistency. Her legacy wasn't built on noise. It was built on note-perfect integrity. Have you ever wondered what might unfold if you simply stayed faithful to the truth inside you? If you stopped trying to be seen and instead stood still long enough to be revealed? You are becoming that kind of presence, not just in rooms, but in hearts, in institutions, in atmospheres. You're not applying pressure. You are the pressure, the holy kind, the kind that doesn't yell to be felt. It simply shows up and shifts what cannot stay the same. When they saw the courage of Peter and John, they recognized that they had been with Jesus. Acts 4:13. They didn't marvel at their credentials. They didn't applaud their eloquence. What they recognized was proximity to the divine. That's you now. You're done explaining yourself. You no longer defend your softness, your stillness, your deliberate pace, because your life speaks in a language far deeper than words. It speaks in weight. And that weight was not fabricated. It was forged in fire, private fire, invisible fire. So the next time you feel that holy hush fall across the room when you speak, don't shrink back, don't dismiss it. That's not fear. That's impact. That's the Spirit, confirming what heaven already sees. You're not waiting at anyone's doorway anymore. You are the doorway. And when you walk in, everything that's counterfeit will either align or leave. And what's remarkable, chosen one, is how you became without noise, without needing spotlight, without ever handing over your identity in exchange for entry. You didn't go viral. You went vertical, down into the depths of character, up into the height of vision, inward, until heaven itself became your compass. Do you remember when you used to wonder if anyone would ever truly see you? If anyone would value the integrity you kept when no one was watching? If your unseen obedience had purpose, or if your quiet yes in the dark would ever matter in the light? It mattered. It moved heaven, and now it's moving everything around you. You remind me of Eleanor, a florist in a forgotten corner of Prague. For years she opened her shop before sunrise, arranging each bouquet with prayer. She spoke little, smiled often, and wrote scriptures on recycled paper tags. She slipped into the stems. No one noticed. Until one day, a bride shared a photo of her wedding bouquet with the verse still tied around the rose. The post went viral, not because of the arrangement, but because of the atmosphere it carried. And just like that, Elena's tiny shop became known as the sanctuary with petals. But she didn't change. She still prayed over flowers, still opened early, still loved in silence. Her consistency was never for applause, it was for assignment. That's the kind of legacy you're now stepping into. Not noisy, not polished, but permanent. And think of Anthony Hopkins, an actor whose gravitas was never in his volume, but in his presence. He didn't demand roles, he transformed them. Even in stillness, even in pause, there was power. And behind the scenes, he spoke openly about God's mercy pulling him out of addiction, reshaping his life in ways far deeper than Hollywood could frame. His real authority was never in his Oscar, it was in his testimony, just like yours. Because, chosen one, this is not the season of proving anymore. This is the season of pulling. You're not knocking on closed doors hoping to be welcomed in. You're watching doors open that you didn't even touch. Why? Because favor doesn't knock. Favor walks in with you. Have you felt it? That subtle shift where you're no longer waiting to be qualified. You're watching people recalibrate around your quiet truth. That moment when the person you used to chase now looks to you for clarity. That awareness that something sacred has settled on you, not as decoration but as declaration. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. This calling on your life isn't fragile. It doesn't expire when others doubt you. It doesn't dim when others can't define you. Because it wasn't given through popularity, it was birthed through pressure. Like tectonic plates pressing beneath the surface, your authority has been forming. You didn't crumble. You compressed. You didn't disappear. You deepened. And now, every step you take leaves an imprint that cannot be erased. You are walking proof that intimacy with God outweighs influence with man, that obedience in obscurity outranks opportunity in plain sight. You are walking into rooms not to impress, but to interrupt every counterfeit narrative spoken in your absence. And that's why the atmosphere shifts when you speak, because you carry what cannot be rehearsed, only revealed. You carry oil that can't be faked. You carry resonance that reminds people of something ancient and eternal. Not because you tried to become it, but because you refuse to become anything less. So the next time someone stops mid-sentence when you enter, the next time someone says, "I don't know what it is about you, but something feels different," remember this: it's not charisma, it's consecration. You're not radiating self, you're releasing the residue of your refinement. And the earth knows the difference. You're not waiting to be validated, you're walking as validation itself. You're not echoing voices, you've become a voice. You're not climbing ladders, you've become the mountain. And now, even silence must bow when you speak. That's why it hurt so deeply before. Not because you lacked anything, not because you failed, but because your spirit had already expanded beyond the capacity of your surroundings, and there was nowhere for it to land yet. You weren't too much. You were simply beyond what the room could contain. Have you ever tried to fold yourself into a space that used to feel safe, only to realize it now feels suffocating? Have you ever sat in a room full of people you once longed to impress and felt like a foreigner in your own timeline? How do you explain to others that the ache inside you wasn't longing, but overflow? That it wasn't that something was missing, it was that too much was forming within you. The ache wasn't emptiness, it was excess. You weren't broken, you were bursting. And that's the thing no one ever says. Spiritual discomfort doesn't always come from failure. Sometimes it comes from being overgrown for your environment. Have you ever felt like your soul was too loud for the silence around you? You were carrying revelation before there was a container to hold it. You were dreaming in color while everything around you operated in grayscale. And that dissonance didn't make you arrogant, it made you ache. Did you ever wonder why you felt so different in rooms that once felt like home? But you endured. You didn't numb the ache. You studied it. You carried it like holy tension. You whispered, "God, why do I feel too big for this place but not yet invited to the next?" And heaven replied, "Because you're being prepared for where you're going, not where you are." Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon. In its final days, it's not resting, it's stretching, pushing, outgrowing the shell that once protected it. That pressure isn't punishment, it's prophecy pushing through limitation. Or picture the root of a fig tree, quietly pushing through stone and clay for years, unseen. It doesn't ask for sunlight, it just stretches, expands, and deepens. When it finally bursts into the open, it doesn't need to announce itself. Its presence explains its process. Is God doing something in you that only time can reveal? And that's what happened to you. Your surroundings couldn't contain the upgrade happening inside your soul. The friendships that once nourished you began to feel thin. The routines that once brought peace suddenly felt restrictive. The opportunities that once thrilled you no longer stirred you, not because you lost gratitude, but because you gained gravity. When did you first notice the things that once excited you were now holding you back? Enlarge the place of your tent. Stretch your tent curtains wide. Do not hold back. Lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes. Isaiah 54:2. Your spirit heard that verse before your life caught up. You were stretching while everyone else was staying the same. No wonder it hurt. No wonder it felt lonely. You were preparing for something that hadn't arrived yet. But now, it's here. Now, the same tug that once left you restless has become alignment. The ache has become arrival. The overflow has a vessel. The runway is finally ready for what's been circling. And here's the question that matters now. Are you ready to land what heaven has been preparing to deliver? I want to tell you about Reina, a violinist from Buenos Aires. For years she composed symphonies that no one would publish. Too emotional, they said. Too layered, too strange, too much. She played in tunnels, in cafes, alone. Until one day, a filmmaker overheard her playing while scouting for a documentary soundtrack. That score went on to win awards, but Reina didn't compose it for fame. She wrote it because her soul had nowhere else to put the overflow. That's you. You've carried beauty that had nowhere to land, until now. And what about Viola Davis, the first black actor to win the Triple Crown of acting? She spoke openly about being told she was too dark, too intense early in her career. She didn't dilute. She didn't shrink. She waited. And now, her presence alone shifts a room, not because she arrived, but because she held her ground when the world didn't make space. You held your ground too, even when you felt misunderstood, even when nothing made sense, even when the growth felt more like grief. And now, the space you were praying for is unfolding around you, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. Have you noticed it? The way rooms feel wider now, the way conversations open for you that once shut you out, the way your own breath feels deeper, like your lungs are finally filled with air meant for this altitude. That's not coincidence. That's fulfillment. And fulfillment is never rushed. It's revealed. You're not scrambling anymore. You're not explaining your depth to people who only swim in shallow water. You're not trying to land your destiny. It's landing on you. Let me tell you about Colton, a janitor from Oklahoma who kept a journal of theological reflections in his break room locker. One day, a visiting seminary professor accidentally discovered one of his entries and was stunned by its depth. That entry was published anonymously in a theological review, only to later be traced back to Colton. When asked why he never shared his work, he simply said, "I didn't think it was time." Now, his reflections are being used in graduate classrooms. He didn't force visibility. He waited for alignment. The ache was never your enemy. It was proof that your wings were forming. Now, fly. And now, your voice is no longer waiting for permission. It's flowing from a place of peace that no one can disturb. The healing you carry doesn't shout, it settles. The wisdom you carry doesn't argue, it resonates. You've become the answer to prayers you once whispered through tears. And the beauty of it all, you didn't force your timing, you trusted your transformation. Have you noticed how certain rooms feel smaller now? Not because they changed, but because you outgrew their limitation. Have you wondered why your joy feels quieter but deeper? Why peace, not popularity, now feels like alignment? That's because your soul is no longer seeking applause, it's holding authority. Could it be that this quiet you walk in is actually the sound of heaven's confidence in you? You remind me of Raphael, a former street artist in Lisbon. For years he painted murals in alleyways and abandoned buildings. No name tags, no signatures, just stories in color. Faces of widows, prayers of immigrants, cries of unseen children. One day, a gallery curator discovered his work, peeling and faded behind a crumbling train station. That moment sparked an exhibition that traveled across Europe. But Raphael didn't change his brushstroke. He still paints at night, still signs nothing, because for him it was never about being discovered. It was about being devoted. That's what you've become. Devoted to what's real, not what's visible. Rooted in what lasts, not what trends. You've stopped striving to be impressive and started living to be impactful. And now, people are sensing something divine on you, even if they don't have the words for it. They don't know your story, but they feel your stillness. They don't know your process, but they respect your peace. Isaiah 58:11 says, "The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters never fail." That's you now. You've become a source in barren places, a resting place in restless atmospheres. And perhaps one of the most vivid examples of this is Cillian Murphy, an actor whose silence often speaks louder than dialogue. He doesn't dominate headlines, he doesn't chase attention, but every role he plays leaves residue. Off-screen, he lives quietly in Ireland, avoids celebrity chaos, and carries an inner life deeper than the spotlight could ever touch. His characters don't just entertain, they haunt you. Why? Because they're rooted in restraint, in observation, in conviction. Much like you. You no longer try to fill space, you shape it. How many places have already shifted simply because you walked in fully aligned? Because you are no longer the echo of who you used to be. You are the emergence of who you were anointed to become. So let me ask you this. What if the silence wasn't just preparation, but protection for revelation? What if the place that forgot your name were never assigned to hold your weight? What if you weren't overlooked? You were overqualified for rooms too small to carry your calling. Your story is not peaking, it's unfolding, not rapidly but righteously, not for show, but for substance. And now, the very heavens that once whispered to your spirit in secret are echoing your name across landscapes you've yet to step into. You are not late, you are right on divine time. You are not behind, you are becoming. You are not unnoticed, you are undeniable. So walk forward, not rushed, but rooted, not loud, but loaded, because the world doesn't need another voice vying for validation. It needs the voice of one who has been with God in the wilderness. And that chosen one is you. And now, chosen one, your life is becoming what it was always meant to be, an altar, not a performance. You're not walking in with explanation anymore. You're walking in with evidence. What you carry isn't loud, but it lingers. It doesn't rush into rooms. It resonates. Not because you crafted a perfect persona, but because you surrendered what was false to preserve what was true. Have you felt it? The way old versions of you no longer feel accessible? The way shallow conversations now feel like betrayal to your depth? That's because you're not just stepping forward, you're stepping away from anything that ever made you question what God already confirmed. What once fit no longer feels holy. What once thrilled now feels thin. You remind me of Letitia Wright, quiet, unassuming, yet fierce with spiritual clarity. After breaking through with global success in Black Panther, she didn't bend to the system. She paused, prayed, refused roles that didn't align with her values, even when the world called it career suicide. But God called it consecration. And now her presence carries not just talent, but testimony. She didn't just preserve her light, she protected her oil. And so have you, because the call on your life isn't simply to shine, it's to sanctify the space you enter, to walk in such alignment that your presence corrects what chaos tried to normalize. That's why your emergence couldn't be rushed. God wasn't preparing you for applause, He was preparing you for authority. Do you realize how many rooms are being rearranged because of the weight you now carry? How many hearts are softening, not because of what you said, but because of who you've quietly become? You are no longer the echo of broken places. You are the evidence of God's resurrection strategy. What died in you gave way to something eternal, something that cannot be marketed, but must be manifested. Those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy. Psalm 126, verse 5. You sowed in silence, in scarcity, in spaces where no one clapped, but your harvest isn't late, it's layered, it's not loud, it's lasting. Let me tell you about Magdalena, a seamstress in a small coastal town in Croatia. For decades she stitched clothes for grieving families, widows, mothers, children who had lost loved ones to war. She would sew verses into the hems, never charged extra, never signed her name. One day, a journalist found her work in a second-hand shop in Sarajevo. That tiny signature verse led to a trail of garments across villages, each holding truth, thread by sacred thread. Now, her legacy lives in a museum exhibit called Stitched Grace. But she's still in her cottage, still sewing by candlelight. Because to her, healing was never about attention, it was about assignment. That's what you carry now, quiet authority, born of holy obedience, and it shows, not on stages but in atmospheres, not in titles, but in tears you never let become bitterness. You walk differently now, not hurried, not hesitant, but held by something greater than explanation. Have you considered that the very people who once misunderstood your boundaries may now feel the weight of your distance? That your absence is now speaking louder than their judgment ever did, not in retaliation, but in revelation. Like the moon that governs tides without uttering a word, you are shifting things not through noise, but through nearness. Your obedience has become gravitational, and that gravitational pull is making room for things you once thought were out of reach. And so I ask you, what are you preparing for now that you're no longer pretending to be small? What dreams are starting to feel possible again, not because conditions changed, but because you did? What if the future isn't waiting to find you? What if it's already responding to your surrender? You enlarged my path under me, so my feet did not slip. Psalm 18:36. The path didn't shift because it was easy. It shifted because you were ready. Not rushed, refined. You've become the prophecy moving through the hallway, the restoration people didn't know they needed, the clarity that enters before your name is even spoken, and none of it is by chance. Because the veil has lifted, the weight has settled, the room has shifted, and the world isn't just watching you now, it's witnessing you. You're not here to chase moments, you're here to anchor movements. And that's exactly what's happening now. The season of wondering is closing. The days of doubting your own discernment are over. You are walking proof that what's real doesn't have to rush to be revealed. It simply arrives when the soul that carries it is ready, and you, beloved, are ready. But let me ask you this: how many times did you question your own timing simply because others didn't understand it? How many times did you shrink your knowing because it didn't fit inside their doubt? How often did their confusion become your internal conflict? You weren't lost. You were being calibrated. You were never behind. You were being built, layer by invisible layer, like the foundation of a cathedral that must go deep before it ever dares to rise. Have you ever seen how stone is laid beneath a basilica, centuries old, before a single spire touches the sky? That's how God's hand worked in you, unseen, unhurried, but unshakable. Think about this. Have you noticed how some of the most profound movements in history didn't begin with crowds, but with a whisper? Have you ever wondered why God chose the still small voice to speak to Elijah rather than the wind or the fire? 1 Kings 19:11 through 12. Because divine shifts rarely arrive in chaos. They settle in those who are prepared. They didn't start on stages. They started in silence. Sacred things don't arrive shouting. They reveal themselves to those who can still hear in the hush. Look at Mother Teresa, a woman who walked through the slums of Calcutta, serving the sick and dying when no one was watching. She wasn't chasing headlines. She was anchoring a movement of mercy. She said, "We are not called to be successful. We are called to be faithful." And in that faithfulness, the world began to lean in. Quiet power always draws attention in due time. And what about you? Haven't you noticed the shift in the atmosphere around you? The way people are beginning to respond differently? Not because your tone changed, but because your frequency did. You're not louder now. You're more grounded. You're not trying to prove. You're simply showing up with presence. And that presence is doing what your words no longer need to. There's a gravity forming around you. Can you feel it? There's a rhythm to this revelation. And though it took longer than you thought, what's arriving now isn't fragile, it's fortified. What you're carrying isn't some flash of charisma or talent. It's tempered character. It's weighty because it had to be. How else could you carry what God has appointed for you? Have you ever seen a glacier move? It looks still, silent, but beneath the surface it's reshaping entire landscapes. That's you. You are not a tidal wave, visible but short-lived. You are the deep shifting of mountains over time. You don't need to scream to be felt. Let me tell you about Mateo, a sound engineer from Madrid. For years he worked backstage, mixing audio for other people's voices, never his own. He said nothing, but he noticed everything. One day the keynote speaker lost their voice, minutes before going live. Mateo stepped in, not because he asked to, but because he was ready. His words that day went viral, not because he planned it, but because his preparation met its moment. He didn't chase it, he anchored it. And let me tell you about Clarissa, a third-grade teacher from a small town in Oregon. For years, she taught children how to read in a struggling district with little recognition. One day, one of her former students, now a senator, quoted her in a speech about leadership that reached millions. Clarissa didn't even have social media. She didn't seek visibility. But the impact she anchored in silence echoed into history. Just like you, she was chosen for legacy, not for likes. That's the difference. You're no longer the echo. You're the origin. You're not repeating culture. You're resetting it. You're not borrowing light. You've become a source. The season of wondering is ending. You're not second-guessing your steps anymore. Why? Because you've lived through too much not to trust the voice God put inside you. Every battle you endured taught you the rhythm of your own anointing. Every disappointment built a deeper discernment in you. That voice was never aimless. It was always anchored in eternity. You know now that the most powerful arrivals don't rush. They resonate. They hum like wind through a canyon, growing louder the deeper they go. And if you're feeling that resonance right now, if something in your spirit is vibrating with clarity, confidence, and quiet certainty, it's because the moment has come. Heaven has already confirmed what earth is just beginning to notice. As it is written in Romans 8:19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." You are that unveiling, so walk forward, not in haste, in authority. You are not a question mark anymore. You are a walking answer. You were never called to chase fleeting flashes of applause. You were built to hold lasting light. You were carved for the eternal, not the immediate. And now, beloved, you are holding it. Can you feel the steadiness beneath your feet? That's not imagination. That's legacy. That's alignment. That's divine confirmation. And the world, it's finally beginning to lean in. And now, beloved, as you stand in this moment, no longer hidden, no longer questioning, but fully revealed, know this: nothing about your journey was wasted. Not the silence, not the struggle, not the season where it felt like heaven had gone quiet. All of it was working together to shape you into someone the world could no longer overlook. You are not who you were when this began. You've grown not just in strength, but in soul. You've shifted from waiting to walking, from questioning to carrying. The light you bear now isn't something you found, it's something you become. So hold your head high, not in pride, but in purpose. Let this be your sacred reminder. You are not here by accident. You were hidden for holiness, formed for fullness, and now God is showing the world exactly who He's always known you to be. If this message found its way into your spirit, if it echoed something you've long felt but never fully spoken, please take a moment to like this video. Your support is more than just a click. It helps this message reach others who are still in the waiting room of their own unveiling. Leave a comment below with 777 if you feel this confirmation in your spirit. Share this with someone you know has been quietly carrying greatness. And don't forget to subscribe, because the journey of God's chosen ones is far from over. There is more to awaken, more to reveal, and more to rise into. You don't want to miss what's next. To every soul who's supported this space, whether through super thanks or simply by being present, thank you. You are seen, you are valued, you are part of something sacred here. And now I leave you with this blessing. May your days be filled with clarity. May your nights bring rest to your soul. May every delay turn to divine direction. May your light remain unshakable, no matter who tries to dim it. You are chosen, you are rising, and the world is finally beginning to see it. Until next time, stay grounded, stay radiant, and stay ready. See you in the next video. God's chosen ones, listen closely. This is not just a video, it's a prophetic moment. The timing of this message is not random. The fact that you're here right now, hearing these words, means heaven has summoned you. Out of the billions on this earth, you were called here, and not because of luck, an algorithm, or curiosity. Something far greater is unfolding. This is divine orchestration. God is preparing to send an unexpected meeting into your life. And this meeting, it will not only shift your direction, it will confirm what your spirit has long whispered in the dark. This is not just about an opportunity or a person. This is about destiny colliding with divine timing. You've waited, wept, wondered, and wrestled, but now the wait is over. This is the moment the heavens have been arranging behind the scenes. Even when you felt forgotten, you've endured so much in silence, ridiculed for your obedience, rejected for your light. But through every dark hallway, every closed door, every unanswered prayer, you remained. You didn't curse God. You didn't compromise. You chose the narrow road even when it was lonely, and now that quiet obedience is being rewarded. The meeting that's coming will not look like what the world expects. It may not arrive with trumpets or titles. It may be subtle, a conversation, a dream, a person sent by God. But when it comes, your spirit will know, this is it. This is the shift, the release, the appointment you were born to walk into. You're not being called to escape. You're being called to ascend. This is not about death. It's about elevation, about becoming what you were always meant to be, and you are no longer in the waiting room. Heaven is calling you into the throne room. If this resonates with you even slightly, drop 777 in the comments right now. That number is not just symbolic, it's a seal. It means spiritual completion, divine alignment, and God's favor being perfected in your life. And before we continue, we want to thank each one of you who has sown into this message through Super Thanks. Whether you've donated or simply shown up with an open heart, thank you. Your support is part of why messages like this continue to reach those who need it most. Every seed you plant in faith carries a supernatural return. Now, take a breath, because what's coming next will stir something deep in your soul. We're about to step into the deeper revelation of what this unexpected meeting means, how it connects to your calling, and why the warfare was so intense leading up to this moment. You've been asking, God, when will it be my time? And heaven is now answering, right now, the wait is over. Let's walk into the mystery together. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, the wait is over. God is sending an unexpected meeting. In a world brimming with noise, distractions, and endless comparisons, it's not surprising that you sometimes feel lost, like a single leaf drifting in a vast and unpredictable storm. Many people around you chase status, possessions, or fleeting pleasures, trying to find meaning in surface-level pursuits. But something inside you feels different. There's a whisper beneath the chaos, a divine pulse echoing from the depth of your spirit, calling you forward, inviting you into something greater. This isn't an illusion. It isn't a coincidence. This is the divine orchestration of your life finally revealing itself. God has handpicked you for a reason, not as an afterthought, but by deliberate design. Just as Jeremiah was called before he was formed in the womb, Jeremiah 1:5, so too was your purpose woven into the tapestry of creation long before you even opened your eyes. Can you feel it now? That inner stirring that refuses to be ignored. This calling isn't casual, it's commanding. It's not simply a mission, it's a spiritual awakening that stirs your very core. You've likely wondered why life has taken the turns it has, why the closed doors, why the betrayals, why the delay. But the truth is, your life has never been random. Each chapter, no matter how confusing, has been a page in the divine manuscript of your destiny. The chosen ones, like you, do not stumble upon purpose. They are drawn into it by divine timing. Imagine a butterfly in a cocoon, immobile, hidden, even forgotten. But within that quiet space, a transformation is taking place. That's where you've been, unseen, but not unloved, quiet, but not uncalled. The wait has been sacred preparation. Now let me tell you about Daniel, a quiet university professor who spent years feeling overlooked, undervalued, and misplaced. He kept praying, kept serving, kept believing. Then, one unexpected afternoon, during a conference he didn't even plan to attend, a philanthropist noticed the depth of his ideas. That one divine meeting changed everything. He was invited to lead a global project that aligned perfectly with his calling. What if your divine moment is just as near? Even Jesus, in his earthly ministry, experienced seasons of solitude before stepping into divine appointment. He spent 30 years in obscurity before the heavens opened, and the Father declared, "This is my beloved Son." Matthew 3:17. If the Son of God waited in silence, who are you to doubt the value of your preparation? You don't need to be perfect. You don't need the approval of the masses. What God seeks from you is unwavering trust. Trust like Abraham had when he left everything behind, not knowing where he was going, simply because God said, "Go." Hebrews 11:8. Is that the faith burning quietly inside you now? Even Pope John Paul II, one of the most influential spiritual leaders of modern history, once said, "Do not be afraid. Open wide the doors to Christ." He understood that answering the divine call required courage, not certainty. Are you ready to walk through the door that God has just now opened? This road may test you. In fact, if you're truly chosen, it likely already has. Chosen ones are often forged in the fire of affliction, like Joseph in prison, David fleeing Saul, or Ruth gleaning in foreign fields. But each of them was being positioned, not punished for what was coming next. What if your pain has been preparation for the promise? There may have been days you felt invisible, even forgotten, nights where your prayers seemed to echo into silence. But God has not ignored a single word. He is not late. He is exact. The appointed time has come. Your divine meeting is already set in motion, and everything is about to shift. You're not standing at the end of your story. You're standing at the threshold of an entirely new beginning, one not defined by struggle, but by ascension, one not limited by what the world offers, but lifted by what heaven has prepared. The wait is truly over. Step forward. The divine encounter that changes everything is closer than you think. Imagine walking through a life that constantly stretches your soul like a rope pulled tight, where each step seems to be a test, each silence another trial of your faith. You've felt the sting of being misunderstood, and you've been mocked for your convictions more than once. It may feel as though you've been left on the bench while others race ahead, but in truth, you've been held back for a reason. Because now, the moment has arrived. The divine clock has struck its appointed hour. The waiting was never wasted. The call is no longer distant. It's drawing near with clarity and force. No longer will you linger in uncertainty, questioning whether what you sensed was real. God is not asking you to wait aimlessly in the shadows. For those who have endured in silence, who've held on in obscurity, this moment marks the turning point, the sacred inflection point that separates the called from the chosen. Have you noticed that the greatest transformations often begin in the quietest moments? Like Moses, who wasn't chosen in a palace but while tending sheep in the wilderness, Exodus 3:1-4. He didn't expect a meeting with God, but the burning bush changed everything. In a single divine moment, the ordinary became extraordinary. Could the same be true for you right now? God is summoning you, beyond your challenges, beyond the weight of rejection, beyond the attachments you've poured your life into. It's never easy to release what you've known, especially when you've worked hard to build it. But those who are chosen know deep within. Letting go of the familiar is the only way to step fully into the extraordinary. Let me tell you about Layla, a visual artist from Barcelona. For years, her work was ignored. Critics scoffed, galleries closed their doors, but she kept creating, painting the visions she believed God placed in her heart. Then, one day, an unexpected email came from an international curator. Her work now hangs in cathedrals across Europe, speaking truth to thousands. What if your hidden preparation is about to be revealed in the same way? The divine call's not about earning a title or receiving applause. It's about being ready, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. Many will hear God's voice in passing, but few will answer it with the resolve to endure what the assignment demands. Are you among the few who won't shrink back? Because being chosen is not for the faint of heart. It's not about ego. It's not about being admired. It's about readiness. It's about refinement. Just as gold must be purified by fire, your soul is being shaped by pressure. Think of a diamond. Its brilliance only emerges after immense heat and crushing force. That's the beauty of your journey. What has tried to break you is actually perfecting you. And this is not just theory, it's truth borne out through time. Look at Job. When everything was stripped from him, wealth, health, family, he remained faithful. His story isn't about suffering alone, it's about restoration and revelation. Though he slay me, yet will I trust him. Job 13:15. That kind of trust is what God is drawing out of you now. Or think of Nelson Mandela, the South African freedom fighter who spent 27 years in prison. When asked how he endured, he said, "I am not a saint unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying." His perseverance shaped a nation. And your endurance, it will shape something far bigger than you imagine. Being chosen means walking a path most avoid. It means saying yes to a life that doesn't always make sense, but always produces fruit in the end. You might not feel special in the eyes of the world, but heaven knows your name. Your consistency in adversity is the proof of your selection. The rejection was never a curse. It was confirmation that your assignment was too great to fit into small places. Each day is not just another date on the calendar. It's a sacred invitation to prove your faith, deepen your character, and take another step toward fulfilling the holy blueprint God wrote for you long ago. The resistance? It's part of the test. The silence? It's part of the training. The mockery? A badge worn by every chosen one, from the prophets to the apostles. And yes, there will be questions. When the nights are long, will you still believe? When the crowd walks away, will you keep standing? When your prayers feel unanswered, will you trust the one who hears them anyway? Because the fulfillment of your destiny was never about worldly success. It was never about applause or approval. It's about this moment, where your heart remains open and your spirit leans into the unseen. That's where the chosen ones rise. And you, beloved, are among them. You've been tested not to break you, but to build you. You've been refined, not forgotten. And because of your persistence, the gates of purpose are opening before you. This is not the end. This is your rise. The meeting with God is not a distant dream. It's already begun. One of the deepest burdens of being chosen is not just the external opposition you face, but the pain that comes when that opposition comes from those you love the most. There's a particular kind of ache that pierces the soul when your faith is mocked by those you thought would understand. When your closest circle questions your direction, your convictions, or even your sanity, it cuts deeper than any insult from the outside world. Yet, strangely and powerfully, this very pain becomes part of the refining fire that molds you into the person God has destined you to be. Chosen ones often walk through life misunderstood, but you were not chosen to be understood. You were chosen to be faithful. Remember Joseph. His own brothers, flesh and blood, sold him into slavery out of jealousy. They couldn't see the divine dream planted in him. But even in betrayal, God was preparing him for rulership. Genesis 50:20. Could it be that the very rejection you're facing is preparing you for something greater than you've ever imagined? There are moments when the people around you, those who share your roof, your history, your blood, may laugh at your spiritual sensitivity. They may belittle your boundaries, dismiss your spiritual disciplines, or roll their eyes at the dreams you carry. And you begin to wonder, am I wrong for believing what I believe? But you are not here to chase the approval of man. You're here to glorify God. This path isn't popular, it's purposeful. Think about Hannah, the mother of the prophet Samuel. She was mocked for years by those around her, even ridiculed by Eli the priest when she prayed in anguish. Yet her pain birthed one of Israel's greatest prophets. 1 Samuel 1:10-20. Could the scorn you've endured be the very soil where your purpose is growing? And let me tell you about Elias, a high school music teacher in a small town who began to spend his evenings composing worship songs, despite being told it was a waste of time. His students laughed and even his family didn't understand. But one of those songs ended up in the hands of a gospel producer, and today his music leads tens of thousands in worship across nations. What if your quiet obedience is setting up something global? Even Jesus faced ridicule in his own hometown. "Isn't this the carpenter's son?" they asked in disbelief. Matthew 13:55-57. The very people who watched him grow up could not see the anointing he carried. He was not accepted, even among those who knew his name. And if the Son of God himself was dishonored by family and neighbors, why would your path be exempt from such pain? There's a quiet courage required when you continue to walk in your calling while others whisper behind your back. Like a lighthouse standing firm in the storm, your stability doesn't depend on who surrounds you, but on the one who anchors you. Every insult becomes a chisel. Every misunderstanding shapes you. The same way a tree grows deeper roots when faced with wind and storm, so too is your spirit digging deeper into divine strength. And still, it hurts. When the ones who should be your greatest cheerleaders become your most persistent critics, it leaves invisible bruises. But know this, their rejection is not a reflection of your worth. It's a revelation of their inability to discern your calling. Don't let their blindness cause you to question your vision. You were never meant to be carried by the crowd. You were meant to walk in the direction God whispered to your heart, even if you walk alone, especially when you walk alone, for the road of the chosen one is often paved with solitude before it leads to elevation. Pope Francis once said, "Holiness does not mean doing extraordinary things, but doing ordinary things with love and faith." It's not always the visible victories that mark your calling, but the quiet loyalty when no one's watching, when no one understands. That's the test few ever see, but heaven does. The world will often celebrate you too late. The family who once laughed may someday marvel, but even if that never happens, your validation comes from above. God sees the tears behind your worship, the silence behind your strength, the restraint behind your kindness, and He honors it all. There may be days when it feels like you're waiting endlessly for reconciliation, for recognition, for release. But waiting is never wasted when it's in the hands of God. Like a seed buried beneath the surface, your growth is hidden before it becomes visible. Can you trust His process when nothing around you seems to change? Even when loved ones can't walk with you, trust that God still leads you. His plans for you reach far beyond the bounds of human acceptance. They stretch into eternity. What matters now is that you keep your faith intact, even when your heart feels fractured. This is not the end of your story. It's the forging of a warrior, and your silent endurance is echoing in heaven louder than you think. You're not forgotten. You're not foolish. You're chosen, and soon the very people who misunderstood your journey will witness your rising and know it was God all along. There are seasons when the weight of waiting presses on your soul like a silence that refuses to break. You watch as the world spins forward, people building, moving, achieving, while your own life feels suspended in stillness. In those moments, it's tempting to believe you've been forgotten. But what feels like delay is often divine preparation. God's timing never falters. It isn't aligned with your calendar, your clock, or your expectations. It's calibrated to something infinitely wiser, His perfect will. Those who are chosen must learn this sacred lesson. Waiting is not wasting, it is molding. You are not being held back, you are being fortified. Just as oak trees grow slow and strong, sending their roots deep into unseen soil, so too is your spirit stretching downward before it rises upward. When the moment arrives, you will not be shaken. You will stand because your foundation was carved in the quiet. Think of David, anointed king as a youth, yet he returned to shepherding sheep. Years passed, filled with hiding, hunger and betrayal, before he ever sat on the throne. 1 Samuel 16 to 2 Samuel 5. Why such a delay? Because kings aren't just crowned, they are formed, and so are you. Can you feel the forming even in your waiting? Sometimes the transition God is preparing for you feels like an ending, but it is truly the beginning of a higher chapter. This isn't about death, it's about transformation. The caterpillar may think its world is over when it's wrapped in darkness, but that darkness is a cocoon. The struggle inside is what gives the butterfly wings. Transition for God's chosen ones is not a departure from life, but a journey into its purest form. You are not abandoning the familiar. You are awakening to the fullness of your divine identity. The things you once clung to, fear, doubt, insecurity, begin to lose their grip. You begin to see from a higher vantage point where peace, clarity, and purpose reside. Let me share with you the story of Jamal, a hospital chaplain in his late 60s. For decades he served patients in silence, never seeking attention. One night, while sitting with a dying woman who had no family, he sang softly to her. A nurse recorded the moment. The video went viral, and for the first time, Jamal's quiet life of service was honored publicly. But what touched him most wasn't the recognition. It was knowing that even in hiddenness, God had never stopped watching. What if your waiting, like Jamal's, is the preparation for an unveiling only heaven can orchestrate? In this divine shift, you're not being asked to erase who you were. You're being invited to elevate into who you've always been. It's not about walking away from love, memories, or relationships. It's about stepping beyond the weight of the material world and into a realm where divine love reigns without limits, where suffering no longer defines you. The Apostle Paul described this beautifully. We do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. 2 Corinthians 4:16. That renewal is what you're walking into, a higher consciousness, a dimension where the spirit is unbound and love flows without resistance. And yet, to those still rooted in the material, this ascent may look like loss. The world might label your transition as strange or sorrowful, but they don't understand the weight of glory that awaits. The truth is, chosen ones do not leave because they are tired. They leave because they are summoned. They do not disappear, they ascend. They don't abandon, they return home to the one who formed them. You are not escaping, you are graduating. You are not running away from pain, you are rising into divine peace. The world may mourn, but heaven celebrates. And as you take this step, you leave behind not people or places, but limitations. You step into the ultimate reunion, face to face with God, who says, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Matthew 25:21. There's no agony in that moment, only awe. Imagine standing before the Creator of the galaxies, and as His gaze meets yours, every scar on your soul melts into light. Every unanswered prayer is suddenly understood. Every wound becomes a well of glory. That is the reward, not just for believing in God, but for trusting Him when nothing made sense. Famous author and Holocaust survivor Corrie ten Boom once said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." Her words still echo truth. You may not know every detail of where God is leading you, but you do know the one who is leading. And if He is calling you higher, it's because you're ready. When He calls, it's not just an invitation, it's an affirmation. You have endured the fires, you have trusted in silence, you have stayed faithful in the furnace. Now, your transition is His response to that unwavering trust. His love will meet you in ways you could never explain in human language, because His love is not earned, it's given. It validates your every step, every sacrifice, every moment of silent obedience. You are not leaving behind your life. You are entering the fullness of it. And when that moment comes, when His voice breaks through the veil of time and space, everything inside you will know, this is it. This is what I was made for. And every tear, every night of doubt, every unanswered question will be swallowed up by a single eternal truth. You were chosen, you were faithful, and now, beloved, you are home. For those who have been chosen, there is no greater dream, no higher desire than this, an intimate, sacred meeting with God that marks the fulfillment of everything they've endured. You have now arrived at the pinnacle of your journey, the summit of your calling, where all the years of struggle begin to make sense. This isn't merely a destination, it's a divine encounter where every burden falls away, and only the eternal presence of God remains. The pain, the pressure, the past, they all dissolve into the overwhelming beauty of His love. This gathering isn't about spectacle or applause. It transcends every earthly joy and pleasure. It is more than a reward. It is a reunion. It's the moment when the one who formed you looks into your soul and whispers, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." Matthew 25:21. Can you imagine that? The Creator of the universe acknowledging your perseverance, your faith, your unseen sacrifices. In His presence, all fear disappears. Uncertainty loses its grip. You are no longer defined by what you carried, emotional wounds, physical limitations, financial burdens. You are now enveloped by a love that knows no boundaries and a peace that cannot be described in human terms. It is not the end, it is the highest beginning. But to step into this celestial moment, a preparation of the soul is required. Transformation doesn't just happen externally, it unfolds deep within. And you, God's chosen one, are being invited into this sacred process. It is not about abandoning everything you've known. It's about releasing what no longer serves who you're becoming. As the moment of transition draws near, many of you have felt it, that holy stirring in your spirit, the quiet pull that something is shifting. That sensation is not random. It is heaven's invitation. You're being called into the life you were always meant to live, a life where your identity is no longer shaped by struggle, but by divine purpose. Like a mountain that breaks through clouds after a long storm, you are emerging from the trials with clarity and light. Think of Elijah, weary and alone in a cave, thinking his mission was over, only to encounter God, not in fire or wind, but in a gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:11 through 12. That whisper, quiet but unstoppable, was his call to rise again. Could that same whisper now be calling you? Or consider Sister Amy, a woman of faith in the early 1900s who was mocked for her preaching, yet went on to build one of the most influential spiritual movements of her time. Despite ridicule, she kept answering the call. Her secret? A heart fully surrendered to God. What if your surrender now is the seed of a legacy that heaven will water? As you prepare to ascend into your divine transformation, you must loosen your grip on fear, on bitterness, on worldly attachment. Open your heart wide. Let faith and love become the oxygen of your soul. Your transition is not something to fear. It is your sacred becoming. And you do not walk this path alone. Even now, God's presence surrounds you like the unwavering love of a mother. Think of how a mother watches her child sleep, guarding their dreams, healing their wounds with her silent care. That is how God watches over you. His love is not passive, it is protective, nourishing, and fierce. As the psalmist writes, "As a mother comforts her child, so will I comfort you." Isaiah 66:13. This maternal love doesn't scold you when you falter. It holds you. It sees the depth of your struggle and whispers peace into your panic. When you stumble, it steadies you. When you cry, it gathers your tears. Even when the world turns away or misunderstands your calling, God's love leans closer, wrapping you in assurance that you are never alone. Let me tell you about Marcos, a quiet caretaker in a nursing home. No one ever saw his nightly prayers for the residents or the way he'd sing softly to soothe them. He lived in hidden service. One night, a dying patient who'd been unresponsive for weeks suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Thank you for loving me like God does." Marcos knew in that moment his life had mattered deeply. Your path too carries meaning that only heaven fully sees. This love of God is your refuge in chaos, your strength in the storm, and your anchor in the flood. It will carry you through every trial, and in the end, it will lift you to places you never thought possible. The world may see your departure from earthly concerns as a loss, but heaven knows it as your rise. This is not an escape. This is not abandonment. This is ascension. You are not leaving life behind. You are walking into the fullest expression of it. The transition is holy, and your preparation is sacred. It is not about having a perfect record, but about having a sincere heart, a heart that loves without agenda, a heart that believes even when it bleeds. The chosen are those who have endured the furnace and emerged with love instead of bitterness. You have faced rejection without surrendering your dignity. You have endured silence without losing your praise. That is purity. That is strength. And now the door opens. Step through it, not with fear, but with awe. You are not just meeting God, you are returning to Him, and in His presence every wound will be healed, every question answered, every broken piece made whole. This is the moment, the sacred moment you were born for. There is a moment in the journey of every chosen one when the final test approaches. Not a test of strength, but of surrender. This test isn't loud or dramatic. It comes quietly, asking you to release all that you've ever known. All the comforts, all the identities, all the things, seen and unseen, that tethered you to the weight of the world. It is here, in this sacred pause, that you are called to the highest act of obedience, letting go. This surrender is not about abandoning loved ones or rejecting the beauty of the earth. It's about releasing your grasp on the temporary, the fleeting, and the distracting. It's about loosening your hold on the material world so that your soul can soar freely into its true dwelling place, a realm where nothing dies and nothing fades. You are not being asked to forsake love. You are being invited to walk into a love that is eternal. Consider Abraham. He was willing to lay down his beloved son Isaac, not because he didn't love him, but because he trusted God more than his own understanding. Genesis 22, 1 through 12. That moment was not about loss. It was about faith. In the same way, you are being asked not to cling to the visible, but to trust that the invisible is far more real. To let go is to accept that earth was never your true home. Your real citizenship has always been in heaven. Philippians 3:20. Can you feel that gentle ache in your spirit, that longing for something more? That is eternity calling you back to where you belong. Let me tell you about Clara, a midwife who served in silence for 40 years in rural villages. She never saw her name in lights, never stood behind pulpits. But in her final year, as she lay in a hospice bed, she whispered to her nurse, "I finally see it now. God was with me in every cry, every birth, every mother I held." That clarity wasn't forced. It came when her soul was ready to see. Could it be that your moment of divine clarity is also just ahead? This is the transformation that no earthly wealth or success can imitate. It's not flashy, it's holy. It's not about what you leave behind, but what you are stepping into. When the chosen ones let go, they are not dying. They are being born into a higher realm where sorrow, pain, and time no longer limit them. This is the awakening, the divine unveiling that every chosen soul experiences. It doesn't come through striving. It arrives when the soul is ripe and ready. And suddenly, everything that once seemed random begins to form a pattern. You realize that even in your most confusing detours, God's fingerprints were guiding you. The curtain lifts, the fog clears, and your divine mission stands before you with radiant clarity. Have you ever wondered why your greatest clarity often comes after your greatest chaos? Like Paul, who was struck blind on the road to Damascus, only to rise as a vessel for the gospel, Acts 9:1-19. Your awakening often follows a season of darkness, but once you see, you cannot unsee. Once you know, you cannot unknow. This realization is both humbling and empowering. You begin to understand that your life was never just about your own comfort or achievements. You were set apart for something far greater, for a purpose that reaches beyond your name, beyond your family, beyond your generation. And with that revelation comes responsibility. At first, the weight of this realization may feel heavy, but over time, you'll feel the weight transform into wings. You're no longer just existing, you're walking in divine alignment. You'll find that every sacrifice begins to make sense. Every moment of loneliness, every tear, every time you were misunderstood, it was never wasted, it was preparation. And the journey doesn't end with one awakening, it is a lifelong unfolding. Each season brings deeper understanding. Each challenge peels back another layer of your calling. And slowly, you begin to recognize something profound. Every delay was divine. Every test was tailored. Every valley was leading you here, to this place of sacred awareness. You may look back and wonder how you ever doubted, but that's the beauty of God's mercy. He never leaves you, even when you can't see the way. And when you finally realize that the road you walked was always pointing upward, your heart will swell with gratitude. Your soul knows it now. You were never walking in circles. You were climbing a sacred mountain. And now, as you stand at the edge of divine fulfillment, one truth echoes from heaven to earth. You were chosen. You were prepared. And now, you are ready. One of the most profound and life-altering experiences you, as one of God's chosen ones, will ever encounter is learning the sacred art of surrender. But make no mistake, surrender is not weakness. It is not about quitting. It is not about passivity or helplessness. True surrender is an act of divine courage. It is the moment you willingly lay down your own plans, your need for control, and your fear of the unknown, and place everything into the hands of the one who formed the stars and also formed you. For most people, this isn't easy. The world has trained you to believe that survival depends on control. From childhood, you're taught to push harder, fight longer, and force outcomes. The belief is subtle but deep. If you don't take charge, everything will fall apart. But what if real strength is the opposite of that narrative? What if letting go is the most powerful thing you could ever do? Think of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. As he faced the cross, he prayed, "Not my will, but yours be done." Luke 22:42. That wasn't defeat. That was divine submission. That was the moment surrender became the gateway to resurrection. Are you willing to trust God even when the path ahead looks like a cross instead of a crown? To surrender is not to abandon effort. It is to abandon the illusion that you must be the one to force every outcome. It means removing the weight you've been carrying, the pressure to figure everything out, and giving that burden back to God. It is in that release that you truly become free. You begin to see life differently. You feel the weight lift. And most importantly, you allow God to take you places your effort could never reach. Let me tell you about Andre, a former tech entrepreneur in New York who hit rock bottom after losing everything in a market crash. In desperation, he stopped trying to fix his life and prayed a prayer he'd never prayed before. God, I don't know what I'm doing. You take it. Within 2 years, he was leading a non-profit that's now transforming lives globally. He says, The day I let go was the day everything started to flow. Could your greatest breakthrough be waiting just on the other side of surrender? The first moments of surrender may feel like you're free falling. You no longer have your hands on the wheel. You stop striving, and that unfamiliar stillness can feel terrifying. But this is where divine power begins to rise. This is where miracles are born, not through control, but through complete trust. Surrender is not for the faint-hearted. It requires you to admit something difficult. I am not God. And yet it opens the door to something beautiful. But I know the one who is. When you relinquish control, you step into the divine current of God's purpose. You no longer struggle against the tide. You let the river of His will carry you. And like a leaf resting on the surface of a river, you are no longer steering. You are being carried by grace itself. This doesn't mean life becomes easy or predictable. It means you have peace that defies circumstances. It means you no longer panic when doors close, because you trust the one who knows which door leads to your destiny. As Proverbs 3:5-6 declares, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." Surrender is the embodiment of that scripture. It's the act of saying, I don't see it, I don't understand it, but I trust you. And as you walk in that trust, things begin to shift. You notice divine timing unfold. You begin to hear God more clearly. You stop fighting battles He never asked you to fight. You begin to move in sync with heaven instead of wrestling with the world. This is where true power lies, not in clinging tightly, but in letting go gracefully. Surrender comes from a heart filled not with fear, but with love. Love that trusts God's character even when you can't trace His hand. Love that knows He is not distant or indifferent, but intimately invested in every step of your journey. Love that whispers, even this, God will use for good. And as your grip loosens, you'll find something unexpected. Peace. Not the fragile peace the world offers, but the deep anchored peace that comes from knowing God is guiding every step. You'll breathe again. Hope will rise again. And in that sacred stillness, your soul will finally rest in knowing it was never all up to you. You were never created to carry it all. You were chosen to surrender it all. And in doing so, you will discover a freedom more powerful than anything your control could have ever produced. The journey you've been walking, the one marked by questions, disruptions, and unexpected turns, is not a detour. It is the divine path of self-discovery that every chosen one must travel. This is not a surface-level journey. It is a sacred excavation, one that requires peeling away the layers of who you thought you were in order to uncover the truth of who God says you are. It is not about becoming someone new. It's about returning to the person you were always meant to be. This path is often filled with tension. It demands that you confront your fears, not just the loud ones, but the quiet, buried anxieties that have whispered to you for years, doubts you didn't even realize were shaping your decisions, wounds you covered with strength. The journey of the chosen is not comfortable, but it is holy. It is the stripping away of false identity and the revealing of divine purpose. Do you remember Moses, raised in Pharaoh's palace, trained as royalty, yet tormented by a dual identity? It wasn't until he fled into the wilderness, stripped of titles, status, and power, that he discovered who he truly was, a deliverer appointed by God. Exodus 3. Could it be that your own wilderness is the place where your true name is about to be revealed? You are not defined by your past, by your failures, or even by the circumstances that tried to limit you. You are defined by the purpose God wove into your spirit before you took your first breath. That purpose has survived every lie spoken over you, every mistake you've made, and every time you felt unseen. It has never left you. The journey is not about finding something new. It's about remembering something eternal. At the beginning of this path, many chosen ones sense a deep and unexplainable yearning, a spiritual homesickness. You may have felt it as a restlessness, a holy dissatisfaction, a longing for something more, something that the world could never seem to satisfy. That is not confusion. That is your soul awakening. You are being drawn back to your divine origin. Let me share the story of Amara, a gifted architect who, despite professional success, constantly battled emptiness. On a silent retreat, away from the noise of achievement and accolades, she rediscovered her childhood passion for healing through design. She began rebuilding schools in underserved regions, designing not just with skill, but with heart. Her career became a mission. Her title became her testimony. What if the truth about your identity has been waiting in the silence beneath everything you've been performing? The world is quick to label you, to define you by your occupation, your background, your failures, or your achievements. But God's definition runs deeper. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. Your identity was authored before your first breath and cannot be altered by anyone else's perception. Still, this unfolding requires courage. To embrace who you are becoming, you must let go of who you were pretending to be. The masks, the expectations, the inherited roles. You must be willing to lay them down. This may mean disappointing others, challenging generational patterns, or walking away from paths that seemed secure but were never truly yours. Have you ever noticed how a snake must shed its skin in order to grow? That's what this season is for you. The shedding may feel painful, vulnerable, exposing, but without it you cannot expand. You cannot breathe in the fullness of who you are. Jesus said, "Whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will find it." Matthew 16:25. In the spiritual sense, to lose your life means letting go of your constructed identity so you can find your true one in Him. That's what the chosen must do, not just once, but continually. Each new level of your calling requires a deeper revelation of who you are in Christ. It's possible you've lived under the weight of voices, family expectations, societal molds, even your own harsh self-talk, but those constraints were never meant to define you. You were not created to fit in a box. You were created to overflow with divine purpose, to radiate your unique calling, and to walk in the truth of your heavenly design. As you move deeper into self-discovery, you'll begin to see more clearly than ever, not just who you are, but who God is in you. You'll begin to trust the voice within more than the noise outside. You'll stop chasing validation and begin walking in revelation. This transformation is not the end, it's the foundation. It's the unveiling of your divine identity, an identity rooted not in performance but in presence, not in success but in surrender, not in perception but in truth. And once you see it clearly, no one will ever be able to take it from you again. You are not becoming someone new. You are returning to who you were always meant to be. And in that becoming, heaven rejoices. There comes a sacred point in your journey when you awaken to a truth that transforms everything. You were never merely human. You were divinely chosen. This isn't pride, it's realization. When you embrace this identity, you begin to walk not just with confidence, but with purpose born from heaven. You look back and see it clearly now. Every painful step, every closed door, every heartbreak was a stone laid down by God, building the path to your destiny. But here's a question. What if your greatness was never in the future, but hidden in your present obedience? What if you're not becoming someone new, but remembering who you already were in God's eyes? You are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people. 1 Peter 2:9. That's not a metaphor, that's your identity. As you grow into this divine identity, one power begins to radiate from you more than anything else: compassion, not passive pity, but active, healing love. This compassion isn't born from convenience, it's forged in your trials. You've been through enough to feel the pain of others. You've suffered enough to recognize suffering, even in silence. And that's what makes you a healer. Can you remember the last time someone's silent struggle pulled on your spirit more than their words? That's compassion awakening in you. Could it be that your greatest spiritual gift is your ability to feel deeply and respond with love, even when the world gives none? When Jesus saw the crowds, he was moved with compassion for them because they were weary and scattered, like sheep having no shepherd. Matthew 9:36. That same divine stirring lives inside you. You weren't just chosen to understand truth, you were chosen to carry it in tenderness. Let me tell you about Jonah, a street barber in Sao Paulo who began offering free haircuts every Sunday to the homeless. What started as an act of kindness became his ministry. People said, "You're wasting your time." But Jonah said, "Every head I touch, I pray healing over." Years later, one man he helped is now a pastor. What if your daily acts of compassion are the seeds of someone else's salvation? Compassion is the antidote to judgment. It's what enables you to see the soul before you see the mistake. It's the divine lens through which you begin to love unconditionally. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. Ephesians 4:32. When others criticize or reject, you comfort. When others turn away, you lean in. But compassion must begin within. Are you willing to extend the same mercy to yourself that you so freely offer others? Many chosen ones carry guilt like chains, but God never asked you to drag your past. He asks you to walk in your calling. Through compassion, you forgive. Through compassion, you heal. Above all, love each other deeply, because love covers over a multitude of sins. 1 Peter 4:8. Forgiveness isn't forgetting, it's releasing. It's saying, "I choose love over bitterness." That choice heals generations. Could it be that by forgiving yourself, you unlock the destiny God's been waiting to reveal? Like a tree whose roots stretch deep underground, compassion grounds your calling. It's not just what you do, it's who you are. You were designed to bring warmth where there's coldness, to bring calm where there's chaos. Have you ever noticed that your presence brings peace before you even speak? This is not accidental. You are a vessel, a carrier of divine love. The world is desperate for compassion, and when you live in it, you change atmospheres. A look, a prayer, a gentle word. These things carry more power than you know. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Matthew 5:7. And when you walk in mercy, you don't just change lives, you align heaven with earth. That is the mission of the chosen. You were never called just to survive. You were called to heal, to comfort, to ignite hope. The compassion in you is not weakness, it is divine strength. So ask yourself again, what would happen if I led with love in every room I enter? What would shift if I allowed God's compassion to be my default reaction instead of defensiveness or doubt? When you do this, when you live from that space of sacred compassion, you are no longer just a person. You are a portal of heaven's healing. Through you, God touches the broken. Through you, the lonely feel seen. Through you, the atmosphere shifts. And that is what being chosen truly means. Resilience is not just a quality you happen to possess. It is a divine trait woven into your spirit, chosen one. While others may collapse under the weight of their trials, you carry within you a mysterious strength that doesn't just help you survive, it transforms you. Being chosen does not mean a life without pain or storms. On the contrary, it means your storms are purposeful, allowed by God to shape you, not destroy you. Have you ever wondered why the winds hit you harder, why the fire burns longer? It's because your soul is being refined for something eternal. In the Bible, Joseph was betrayed by his own brothers, thrown into a pit, and sold as a slave. He was falsely accused and imprisoned. And yet, through each stage of pain, God was positioning him for the palace. What if your prison seasons are preparing you for promotion, just like his? Joseph didn't just endure hardship, he became wiser, more humble, and spiritually sharper because of it. His resilience didn't just restore him, it elevated him. To be resilient is not merely to bounce back, it is to come back transformed. Every time you're knocked down and rise again, you are not the same. You're deeper, stronger, closer to heaven, and this process reveals layers of your character you never knew existed. It's like a mountain forged by pressure deep beneath the earth's surface. Silent, hidden, but unstoppable. Could it be that the pressure in your life is evidence of the greatness rising within you? Consider Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, who once said, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." Frankl's story reminds us that resilience is not just reaction, it is revelation. Even in a concentration camp, he found meaning in suffering, proving that purpose can be uncovered in the darkest places. You too are uncovering something sacred in your struggle. Let me tell you about Helena, a young woman who lost everything in a fire: her home, her business, her sense of direction. For weeks, she wept and wandered. But then, something within her shifted. She began painting what she saw in her dreams: flames turning into flowers, ashes forming wings. A year later, her artwork inspired thousands, and her story became a symbol of rebirth. What changed her life was not what she lost, it was how she rose from it. Just as the caterpillar must surrender in stillness to become a butterfly, you too must embrace the stillness between breaking and rising. There is beauty in the in-between, chosen one. In those moments when it feels like everything has crumbled, that is when God is building you from the inside out. Even Jesus, before his resurrection, endured the agony of Gethsemane and the silence of the tomb. His greatest glory came only after his greatest sorrow. Isn't it remarkable how God doesn't remove suffering, but transforms it into the foundation of resurrection? What if the night you're walking through is actually the setup for a sunrise that will change everything? Resilience is not forged in ease. It is birthed in fire. And every time you face adversity and choose not to give up, your spirit gains new strength. With every test, your spiritual muscles grow. Your eyes see more clearly. Your heart hears God more deeply. You are not walking alone. He is right there beside you, whispering, "You were born for this." And as you keep walking, stumbling, then rising again, you'll realize resilience is not just how you endure, it's how you evolve. Like iron sharpened in flame, your strength is becoming unbreakable. Like roots that grow deeper during drought, your faith is becoming immovable. The deeper the breaking, the higher the calling. Have you noticed that? In the end, this unshakable resilience becomes your foundation, not just for surviving life's storms, but for stepping boldly into your divine calling. You emerge not just restored, but ready. Not just healed, but holy. And you carry the sacred evidence of every battle won, not in bitterness, but in brilliance. This is how you rise, chosen one. Not in spite of the fire, but through it, and because of it. For you, God's chosen one, prayer is not a routine. It is the rhythm of your soul. It is not just a whisper in the dark or a habit before meals. It is the breath of your relationship with the Almighty. Every time you pray, you are not merely speaking into the silence. You are stepping into sacred communion. Prayer is where your spirit meets the divine, where your heart pours out and heaven leans in. Have you ever felt that unexplainable peace that comes after you've cried out to God? That stillness that settles over you as if the Creator himself has wrapped his arms around you. Think of King David, a man after God's own heart. He didn't only pray when life was good, he prayed in caves while hunted, heartbroken, and betrayed. In Psalm 34:17 he wrote, "The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears them. He delivers them from all their troubles." David's prayers were not polished speeches. They were raw, real, and drenched in honesty. And because of that, he stayed aligned with God's purpose, even when everything around him fell apart. You are no different. Your prayers don't need to be perfect. They only need to be sincere. Each one is a lifeline, a spiritual tether that anchors your soul to heaven when the winds of life howl without mercy. What if every unanswered prayer was actually a redirected one, moving you into closer alignment with your divine mission? Mother Teresa, a Catholic nun who devoted her life to serving the poor in Calcutta, once said, "God speaks in the silence of the heart. Listening is the beginning of prayer." She spent countless hours in prayer, not always hearing an answer, but always walking in faith. And through that silence, she changed the lives of thousands. Isn't it remarkable how some of the most world-changing voices are forged in the quiet places of prayer? Let me tell you about Javier, a former athlete who lost his career in a single moment due to an injury. Devastated, angry, and drowning in confusion, he turned to prayer, not because he knew what to say, but because he had nowhere else to go. Day by day, sitting on a park bench with no words, just silence, he began to feel something shift. Peace replaced bitterness, purpose replaced despair. And now, Javier runs a youth center for children who've also lost their way. He says it all began the day he stopped talking at God and started sitting with him. Prayer doesn't just change situations, it changes you. It is a spiritual reset, a return to your core, a reminder that you are not alone in the weight you carry. When your mind is anxious, prayer becomes your sanctuary. When your heart is weary, prayer becomes your strength. And when your path seems hidden, prayer becomes the light that reveals the next step. Can you imagine the flight of a bird rising higher with every beat of its wings? That's what prayer does to your spirit. With each prayer, you are lifted above the noise, given a clearer view, and reminded of who you are, chosen, beloved, and protected. Even Jesus, the Son of God, withdrew often to pray. In Mark 1:35 it says, "Very early in the morning, while it was still dark, Jesus got up, left the house, and went off to a solitary place where he prayed." If the Savior of the world found strength and direction through prayer, how much more vital is it for you? And prayer isn't just for comfort, it's a divine weapon. It sharpens your spiritual discernment, unlocks heavenly instruction, and fills your heart with courage to take steps even when you don't see the full staircase. Through prayer, you are aligned with God's timing, guided by His wisdom, and held by His mercy. Imagine the roots of a great tree, unseen beneath the surface, drawing water from the depths to keep the tree standing tall through storms. Your prayer life is those roots. No one may see them, but they are what hold you steady when everything else shakes. So when the world feels loud, when answers feel delayed, and when your soul longs for direction, return to prayer, not as a duty, but as your lifeline, your sacred space, your source of strength. Because every time you pray, chosen one, heaven listens, and the road ahead becomes clear. In the end, prayer is not a step in your journey, it is the journey itself. It is how you walk with God, moment by moment, step by step, heart to heart. And it is through that walk that you fulfill your calling, not in your own strength, but through the whispered power of every prayer you've ever dared to pray. One of the deepest desires planted within the heart of God's chosen ones is to live in total harmony with the will of the divine. This is not a passive desire, it's a sacred mission. To live aligned with God's will means surrendering every part of your life, from your dreams to your decisions to His perfect plan. It requires letting go of ambitions rooted in ego, of chasing after status or control, and instead embracing a life of purpose, a life offered in service to something far greater than yourself. But what does that really look like? It is not always as simple as it sounds. Living according to God's will demands a daily practice of trust, especially when the way ahead is unclear. Abraham knew this tension well. God called him to leave his homeland and go to the land I will show you. Genesis 12:1. Not a map, not a plan, just a promise. And Abraham obeyed, walking not by sight but by faith. Can you imagine stepping forward without knowing where your next step leads, only believing that God goes before you? You too are called to walk in that kind of surrender. And yet, surrender does not mean weakness. It is the highest form of strength. To live aligned with the will of the divine is to walk a path where everything, even your delays and detours, carries divine significance. Suddenly, the pain that once confused you becomes the preparation that strengthens you. The waiting that once felt like punishment becomes the womb of transformation. Haven't you noticed that sometimes what feels like a pause is really God preparing you for something greater? Nelson Mandela, after spending 27 years in prison, emerged not bitter, but better, ready to lead South Africa into freedom. He once said, "I never lose. I either win or learn." That mindset, rooted in surrender and purpose, is what it looks like to live in alignment with something larger than yourself. Like Mandela, chosen one, your setbacks may not be detours, but destinations in disguise. Let me share the story of Elias, a composer who, at the height of his career, suddenly lost his hearing. At first, he was devastated. Music had been his life, but in the silence he began to listen differently, not with his ears, but with his soul. Over time, he composed pieces more profound than ever before. His silence had not been a curse, but a calling, a way to tune into heaven's melody. How often do we miss God's guidance because we're too busy trying to orchestrate our own? Living in harmony with divine will often calls you to embrace silence, not as absence, but as presence. In 1 Kings 19:12, God did not speak to Elijah through the wind, the earthquake, or the fire, but through a still, small voice. When the noise of the world fades, your spirit begins to hear the whispers of eternity. And like the tide that surrenders to the moon's pull, your soul finds its peace when it surrenders to God's rhythm. You may not understand the timing, but faith tells you the clock in heaven does not tick by human logic. It moves by divine orchestration. Isn't it strangely freeing to realize that not getting what you want right now might be God protecting what's meant for later? When you stop striving and start surrendering, frustration melts into trust, impatience dissolves into stillness. You begin to sense that where you are is exactly where you're meant to be, and in that realization, peace floods your spirit. Not because everything is perfect, but because you know the one who is. It's like watching the stars emerge at night. You can't force their appearance, but you trust they'll shine in time. Similarly, when you walk in step with God's plan, you begin to understand His delays are not denials, they are divine alignments. Everything has its season, everything has its appointed time, and chosen one, your time is not behind you, it's unfolding right now. When you embrace this lifestyle, where obedience matters more than outcomes, where purpose matters more than position, you step into a freedom few ever taste. This is the freedom of knowing that your life is not random. It is written, and every chapter, every sentence, every comma has meaning. This is the path of those who are chosen. They don't chase destiny, they walk with it. They don't cling to the steering wheel, they hand it to God. And in doing so, they find something the world can't offer: satisfaction, peace, a sense of divine belonging. To live in alignment with the will of God is not just a path, it is your home. And when you walk that path, chosen one, you are not just fulfilling a calling, you are living a life that heaven smiles upon. Chosen one, if you've made it this far, it's not by accident, it's by divine appointment. Everything you've walked through, every silent season, every delayed answer, every surrender you've made has been preparing you for this exact moment, to live fully aligned with the will of the one who created you. And in that alignment, you will find what the world cannot give: peace that surpasses understanding, strength that cannot be shaken, and a purpose that cannot be stolen. Remember, walking in God's will doesn't mean the road will always be easy, but it does mean the road is holy. And every step you take, no matter how slow, how uncertain, or how difficult, is a step closer to your highest calling. If this message spoke to your spirit, if you felt seen, known, or strengthened in any way, comment 777 below to seal this word over your life and stand boldly in agreement with heaven. And if you feel led, you can support this message and this mission by giving through Super Thanks. Your generosity makes it possible for us to keep sharing these truths with the world. But whether you give or not, please know this: we are deeply grateful for you. Your presence here, your time, your spirit, it all matters. Make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone else who needs to hear this today. You never know whose breakthrough is waiting on the other side of your obedience. May God bless you with clarity, surround you with peace, and guide you with His perfect light. May your path align with heaven, and may your purpose unfold exactly as God intended. You are chosen, you are seen, and your time is now. Welcome, God's chosen one. Pause here, just for a moment. Can you feel it? The stillness before something shifts. That weight in the air that isn't fear, but expectation. That's not your imagination. That's heaven leaning in. Something divine is approaching, and your spirit already knows it, even if your mind hasn't caught up yet. This moment, it's not ordinary, it's sacred, it's prophetic, and it's yours. This is not a coincidence. You didn't just stumble across this message. You were summoned, chosen, set apart, because God is about to prove, boldly and publicly, why He chose you. Not someone louder, not someone more visible, but you. Because what you carry was never meant to be rushed into the world. It was meant to arrive in divine timing, and that timing is now. You see, while others were building platforms, you were being built in silence. While the world was moving fast, God was moving deep, laying foundations in you that cannot be shaken. You weren't behind, you were being hidden, aligned, refined. And now, what's about to rise from you will need no defense. It will speak for itself, because heaven is shifting in your favor, and what is real always makes a sound that can't be ignored. You didn't fake it, you faced it. You walked every step with faith, even when no one saw you. And that journey, your obedience, your authenticity, your quiet strength, is about to echo across rooms that once overlooked you. Because God doesn't just choose randomly, He chooses when the roots are deep and the soil is ready. So before we move deeper, let me say this from the heart. Thank you to every single one of you who supports this channel through Super Thanks. You're not just giving, you're sowing into sacred ground. And if this word resonates already, drop 777 in the comments to declare that you're in alignment with what heaven is about to release. Now take a breath. Something holy is coming next. Let's go deeper, because what God is revealing in you will soon be impossible to ignore. God's chosen ones, God is about to prove why He chose you. There's a reason this moment feels unlike anything you've known before. Why is it that your soul feels stirred, yet nothing around you looks different, at least not yet? Why is your spirit so alert, as if it knows something your mind hasn't caught up to? That's not just intuition, that's revelation. Something sacred is rising from within, and though it speaks softly, its truth is thunderous. This isn't coincidence. This is God's timing, divine, deliberate, and deeply personal. The Lord isn't just choosing to act now because you finally got it together. He waited because the world wasn't yet ready to handle what's been forming inside you. Ecclesiastes 3:1 declares, "To everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven." Your season of hiddenness had a purpose, not to punish you, but to prepare you for revelation, not introduction. Think of Moses again, cradled in reeds while Pharaoh hunted infants. God didn't remove the threat, He protected the promise. Are you beginning to realize that maybe your quiet seasons were God's way of hiding His treasure? That maybe what you saw as delay was actually divine defense? Like the butterfly tucked away in its cocoon, you too have been undergoing silent transformation. No audience, no applause, just God and the process. But isn't it true that the most radiant beauty in nature often emerges from the darkest stillness? Your wings are not late, they are right on schedule. Now, consider Tyler Perry, a visionary filmmaker and actor. Before he became a household name, he was homeless, rejected, and laughed at. He once wrote that he staged a play for 100 people and only 6 showed up. But he heard something from God. Keep going. Eventually, his work exploded across the globe. Today, he owns one of the largest film studios in the US, and he often testifies that it was God's timing, not man's approval, that opened the doors. What if the same is true for you? What if your silence has been sacred space, where God whispered blueprints for the future? Could it be that your obscurity wasn't failure, but formation? Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is not a poetic suggestion. It's a prophetic command. Your light is not arriving, it's already here. The question is, will you step into it? I want to tell you about a man named Elias, a warehouse worker by day, a dreamer by night. For years he wrote down visions in a torn notebook. One day he felt prompted to share one of his dreams with a local pastor. That simple act of obedience led to a chain of events where he was invited to share his vision publicly. Today, Elias leads a prophetic prayer movement in 3 nations. He was never looking for a spotlight. He was just walking with God until God made him impossible to ignore. And this is what's happening to you. Like lightning behind the clouds, your revelation is about to break open the sky. You're not here by mistake. You're not sensing these shifts just because of emotion. Something eternal is colliding with your present reality. Romans 8:19 says, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Do you see it? All of creation is waiting for you to be revealed. That means heaven is anticipating your emergence. Nature itself is on edge, waiting to witness your awakening. So ask yourself, not out of doubt, but out of holy curiosity, why now? Why do you feel this heat in your bones? Why are strangers affirming what only you and God used to talk about? Why do doors you never knocked on suddenly swing open? Because the unveiling has begun. You were never behind, not even for a moment. Though the world may have tried to convince you that you missed your window or that you were late to your purpose, heaven knew all along. You weren't being delayed, you were being aligned. While others ran in frantic circles trying to keep up with the demands of culture and success, God was fine-tuning you to a different rhythm, the frequency of heaven. And now, something sacred is shifting in your favor. Can you sense it? The doors you once had to knock on are starting to open on their own. Conversations you never initiated are echoing the very truths you've been carrying in silence. But this isn't happening because you forced your way through. This isn't a breakthrough that came through striving. This is revelation by timing, not transaction. You're not stepping forward with apology or explanation. you're stepping forward with clarity and quiet authority, because when God says it's time, no explanation is necessary. Psalm 1:3 says of the righteous, "They are like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, not out of season, not before time." You are that tree, rooted, nourished, invisible to many, but destined to bear fruit at the appointed hour. It's easy to look at the surface and feel like you were overlooked. But what if God was doing something deeper beneath your surface? What if He was anchoring your roots while others were only chasing visible branches? Could it be that your delay was divine protection from premature exposure? Think about Nelson Mandela, activist, political prisoner, and eventually the President of South Africa. He spent 27 years in prison. To many, it looked like wasted time. But when he emerged, he didn't return with bitterness. He came forth with vision. Why? Because the man who entered prison was not yet ready to lead a nation. But the man who walked out had been prepared in silence for a purpose too great to rush. In the same way, you have not been held back. You've been held for something too weighty to be rushed, something too holy to be unveiled prematurely. Let me tell you about Imani, a young woman who once worked as a hospital janitor. Every day she sang softly in the hallways while mopping the floor, songs of worship and prophetic declarations she wrote in secret. One day, a patient recorded her voice and posted it online. The video reached millions. Within weeks, she was invited to sing at global conferences. Today, she mentors others in worship, but not from ambition, from anointing. Her story didn't erupt by accident. It bloomed because it was ripe. She was aligned. Like the tide that pulls back before a mighty wave crashes forward, you too were being drawn into alignment, not to leave you empty, but to position you for impact. Can you feel that pull now? That holy tension, that strange peace in the waiting? It's not stagnation, it's sacred setup. James 1:4 declares, "Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." That's why you weren't released earlier. God doesn't promote potential, He promotes completion. He doesn't showcase what's still breaking. He reveals what's been built to last. You weren't chosen randomly. Heaven doesn't operate on lottery tickets. You were chosen because something in you has been completed. It's rooted now, it's real now, and the world is finally ready to see what God saw in secret. So, chosen one, can you sense that heaven is already announcing you in rooms you've never entered? That something holy is being revealed, not with noise but with presence? This is not hype. This is heaven's quiet roar. You didn't skip any steps. You walked every one of them with weight, with wonder, with warfare. You didn't take shortcuts. You carried the full burden of your process. And because of that, what's about to emerge in your life won't need justification or explanation. It will stand on truth, on preparation, on fire-tested foundation. You didn't just survive the hidden seasons, you embodied them. And now, what's unfolding will carry a weight that silence can't contain and critics can't deny. Why? Because you carry something that cannot be copied. It's not your volume that sets you apart, it's your authenticity. It's not charisma that makes people lean in, it's your substance. It's the weight of your spirit, the unshakable clarity in your presence, the undeniable echo in your silence that begins to draw attention. Even without speaking, something about you speaks loudly, because truth doesn't need a microphone. It makes a sound of its own. Jesus himself said in John 10:27, "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me." You didn't just hear his voice, you followed it, even when it led you into lonely places, even when no one applauded your obedience. And now, the sound of truth that has been forming in secret is about to be heard in public. Let me ask you something. Have you noticed how people lately are drawn to you but can't explain why? or how certain doors open without you knocking. That's not luck. That's the sound of spiritual frequency catching up to physical manifestation. Take the story of Coco Chanel, the iconic fashion designer. She wasn't just successful because of her style. She broke norms because her authenticity was undeniable. In a world obsessed with excess, she introduced elegance in simplicity. She once said, "In order to be irreplaceable, one must always be different." But what she lived was even deeper. She embodied an identity so real it couldn't be ignored, and it reshaped an entire industry. Just like you, she wasn't trying to impress. She was simply being what no one else could replicate. The same is true for you. You've been walking with a presence that can't be duplicated because it wasn't manufactured. It was refined. What you carry is not store-bought. It's heaven-crafted. I'll tell you about a man named Jonah, not the one from Scripture, but a modern-day carpenter who spent years building furniture in his garage while listening to the Bible on audio. One day he prayed over a table he made, feeling led to inscribe a verse beneath it. The family who bought it later discovered the verse during a crisis, and it turned their home into a place of worship. Jonah's business grew overnight, not from marketing, but from ministry. He never shouted, but his truth echoed. You're about to experience that same kind of recognition. People may not even understand why they're drawn to you. It's not your words. It's the residue of heaven on your life. It's the fact that when you walk in a room, something shifts. When you speak, it cuts through noise. And when you're silent, it still speaks louder than others who never stop talking. Isaiah 30:15 reminds us, "In quietness and confidence shall be your strength, not in performance, not in perfection, but in stillness rooted in the Spirit." And now that stillness is breaking open into sound, your still is about to shake the atmosphere. Like a lion that doesn't need to roar to prove its power, you've been walking with restrained authority. But make no mistake, what's been silent is about to speak. And when it does, even those who doubted you won't be able to look away. So don't prepare to defend yourself. Prepare to be revealed. Because truth, when revealed in fullness, doesn't ask permission to be accepted. It simply is. And that's exactly what you're about to become in the eyes of many. A walking embodiment of truth they can no longer ignore. There's a light surrounding you now, one that was always there, even when you couldn't see it, even when others dismissed it. It didn't just appear, it was hidden. Hidden not because you weren't worthy, not because you needed to earn it, but because clarity had not yet fully taken root in you. You didn't suddenly become enough. You always were. Before you ever spoke your first prayer, before you ever proved your strength in a valley, before anyone ever affirmed you, God already called you his own. But now, something has shifted. You've finally become clear on who you are, and just as importantly, on who you are not. Clear on where your peace lives, clear on what drains you, clear on what aligns with your calling, and what distracts you from it. And above all else, clear on who sent you and why you were sent in the first place. When clarity becomes revelation, heaven begins to move. And now that clarity has rooted itself so deeply within you, God is ready to unveil what he has spent years refining in silence. But can you feel it? Can you sense the still confidence rising within you, not to prove anything, but to become everything you were always meant to be? Jesus himself said in Matthew 6:22, "The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light." That clarity, the spiritual seeing, is what illuminates your entire being. It's not about outer transformation. It's about inner alignment. You may wonder, why now? Why am I suddenly seeing things differently? Why do I feel so drawn to silence, to stillness, to the truth beneath the noise? That's because clarity has a sound. It has a presence. It shifts your posture without needing permission. And when clarity comes, everything false begins to fall away, not through striving, but through peace. Let me share the story of Malala Yousafzai, a Pakistani activist for girls' education. Even after surviving a gunshot wound from the Taliban, she didn't respond with fear. She responded with clarity. In her Nobel Peace Prize speech, she said, "They thought the bullets would silence us. But nothing changed in my life except this. Weakness, fear, and hopelessness died. Strength, power, and courage were born." That's what clarity does. It doesn't make you louder. It makes you unshakable. And now it's your turn. Your clarity is becoming your covering. You're no longer living in reaction to darkness. You're walking as one who commands light. But how do you carry that light? Do you wear it as armor? Or do you let it shine softly and steadily, just by standing in truth? Imagine the way fog begins to lift from a mountaintop at dawn. The mountain was always there, strong and unmoved. But now the air clears, the view sharpens, and what was once hidden becomes impossible to ignore. That's what's happening in your spirit. I'll tell you about Cairo, a violinist who used to play in subways where no one stopped to listen. But over time, something changed in him. Not his talent, but his intention. He stopped performing to be noticed and started playing from a place of worship. One day, a music director rushing to catch a train heard a single note, stopped, and stood in awe. That one note led to an audition that changed Cairo's life. What shifted? Clarity. His sound didn't just echo through the station, it pierced through hearts because it was real. Could that be what's happening to you right now? Could it be that the world is just beginning to hear the sound you've been carrying in secret? 1 Corinthians 13:12 reminds us, "For now we see only a reflection as in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face." You're stepping into the then. The fog is lifting. The mirror is clearing. What God sees in you is becoming visible to others. So don't be surprised when favor starts flowing where you once fought for attention. Don't be alarmed when people begin asking for your voice, your insight, your leadership, not because you sought them out, but because your light found them. You're not stepping into a new season. You're stepping into full revelation, and what God is about to show through you isn't just a reward for surviving. It's the result of becoming clear enough to carry the assignment with honor. You're not in waiting anymore. You're in unveiling. What you're stepping into now isn't a delay. It's a divine display. Can you feel it? The atmosphere has shifted. Things feel lighter, more open, more direct. Conversations you used to overthink now come with ease. Opportunities that once seemed sealed are now opening, quietly, yet clearly. But how is this happening without the usual striving, without the push and pull? It's not magic, and it's certainly not chance. It's timing. It's divine orchestration. It's God revealing what He's been hiding, not from the world, but for the right moment. And that moment is now. He wasn't waiting for a better economy, a more supportive crowd, or a perfect plan. He was waiting for you, but not the old version of you. Not the version that doubted every open door. Not the one who needed a sign every hour or feared every silence. No, He waited for the version of you that walks with quiet resolve. The one who learned how to hold peace even in the middle of chaos. The version that doesn't need noise to feel seen or applause to keep moving. The version that knows how to walk deeply, silently, in obedience, even when the room is empty and the lights are off. Isaiah 40:31 speaks of those who wait upon the Lord being renewed in strength. But the strength doesn't just come from waiting. It comes from becoming in the waiting, and you have become. Let me ask you this. Could it be that the silence you once resented was the very soil where your clarity was growing? Could it be that the dark hallway you thought was punishment was actually preparation? Take the story of J.K. Rowling, the British author of the Harry Potter series. Before becoming one of the most recognized names in literature, she was a single mother on welfare, rejected by multiple publishers. But during that season of obscurity, she found her voice, not the one polished by popularity, but the one refined in solitude. When her manuscript was finally accepted, it wasn't luck, it was timing, the right voice in the right season, just like you. And I want to tell you about Theo, a young man who worked the night shift cleaning offices. Every evening he'd pray as he cleaned, speaking blessings over each desk. One night he felt prompted to write anonymous encouragement notes and leave them for the employees. Months later, those small acts sparked a cultural revival in that company, an awakening of kindness, unity, and faith. No one knew his name, but heaven did, and God waited until Theo had no need for credit, only obedience. That's when the unveiling began. Now imagine the way morning dew lifts when the sun begins to rise. It doesn't rush, it doesn't announce itself. It simply fades as light takes its place. That's how your unveiling is happening. Quiet, pure, inevitable. Proverbs 4:18 tells us, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." That's where you are, not exploding into fame, but unfolding into fullness. One beam of light at a time. You're not begging anymore. You're not proving anymore. You're becoming, and becoming doesn't need a spotlight. It just needs a stage of peace. So don't be surprised when the doors open without effort. Don't question why favor finds you, even when you're not trying. The world is responding to what heaven has been whispering over you for years. This is the one I've chosen. You've stopped trying to be understood by noise. You no longer waste your voice explaining your essence to people tuned to the wrong frequency. Why try to reason with chaos when your spirit was built for clarity? You've outgrown the need to justify your peace. You're no longer broadcasting your worth like a public announcement. You're embodying it. Every step you take now is anchored. Every breath you draw speaks without words. Your presence no longer walks into a room asking for permission to be seen. It enters as if the air already recognized you, because it does. It's not arrogance, it's alignment. You've been assigned to atmospheres. You no longer wonder if you belong. You understand that you carry what the room needed all along. Peace is no longer your defense mechanism. You don't hold it like a shield, desperately trying to survive the storm. Now you wear peace like your own skin, not to draw attention, not to perform strength, but because it has finally become your nature. The external storm doesn't determine your internal state anymore. Can you see how far you've come? And that's what makes this moment undeniable, not because of what others see, but because of who you've become in silence. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." That stillness isn't weakness. It's spiritual authority. It's a knowing that no longer needs noise to validate it. Let me ask you this. When was the last time you walked into a place and didn't shrink? Not because someone praised you, but because your spirit stood tall. That's the moment you stopped seeking approval and started operating in assignment. Think of Maya Angelou, poet, author, voice of a generation. She once said, "I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. Her power wasn't in volume, it was in presence. Her silence could command a room. Her peace wasn't timid, it was thunder in stillness. Like you, she didn't need to demand attention. She became attention because her life was aligned with divine truth. I want to tell you about Zara, a midwife who worked in a rural village. She was quiet, never sought titles or praise, but every time a child was born, she prayed silently over them. Years later, the region saw a rise in spiritual leaders, reformers, and healers, all born in her care. When asked what changed, people said, "It felt like something holy was there the day I was born." Zara never raised her voice, but heaven raised generations through her peace. That's the kind of presence you're carrying now, quiet power that shapes futures. Imagine a glacier. massive, silent, unmoved by winds or waves. It doesn't need to roar. Its stillness holds entire ecosystems. That's you. You've become the kind of person whose quiet spirit has more influence than someone else's loud declarations. Isaiah 32:17 says, "The fruit of righteousness will be peace. Its effect will be quietness and confidence forever." You're living that now. Peace is no longer something you hope for. It's something you are. That's why doors are opening. That's why people feel something shift when you speak, or even when you don't. You're no longer trying to be recognized. You've become undeniable. And it's not because you forced it. It's because you were faithful in the quiet, in the becoming, in the moments when no one was clapping, but heaven was still watching. So now when the world sees you, they don't just see a person. They sense a message, a presence, a spiritual certainty that cannot be shaken. That's what happens when peace becomes your posture and purpose becomes your pulse. You're not just stepping into something. You're becoming what was always promised. Can you feel it? This is no longer a journey of seeking. It's a moment of manifesting. You're not searching for destiny on the horizon. You're embodying it with every breath. You are no longer the dreamer waiting for confirmation. You have become the walking evidence of everything heaven whispered over you in secret. You're not just the prophecy anymore. You are the proof. And here's the sacred truth about proof. It doesn't argue, it doesn't plead, and it certainly doesn't shout. It just shows up. It is. And when it appears, it shifts the atmosphere without needing validation. That's why the energy around you feels different now. Have you noticed it? The subtle pauses in conversations, the way people choose their words more carefully around you, the way their eyes search yours, not for reaction, but for revelation. You've stopped explaining your essence because you finally understand. Your spirit was never meant to be explained. It was meant to be experienced. Now you're protecting your atmosphere, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. You've paid too high a price to let your peace be polluted. You no longer crave attention. You carry intention. And that changes everything. Isaiah 55:11 says, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." That's what's happening in you now. The word spoken over your life is no longer hovering, it's unfolding, not through force, but through fulfillment. Oprah Winfrey once said, "You become what you believe." But long before that phrase reached stages, it was lived in shadows. For years she was told she wasn't fit for television, yet she didn't argue. She became. And eventually, she didn't have to convince anyone. Her presence spoke louder than any rejection. That's what's happening with you now. You don't need to announce what God is doing. You are simply walking in it. And let me tell you about Aidan, a once timid graphic designer who worked behind the scenes at a startup company. For years, he quietly designed brand identities that others took credit for. But over time, leadership began noticing that every successful campaign carried the same unseen fingerprint, his. One day, without asking, they gave him the lead role. Why? Because his work had started to speak louder than the voices in the room. He didn't pitch himself. He became undeniable. Your life is doing that now. It's becoming its own testimony, its own sermon. You no longer need a narrator to explain your purpose, because your walk, your peace, your clarity, your consistency are telling the story without words. Have you ever watched the sun rise over the ocean? It doesn't shout to announce itself. It simply rises. And in doing so, everything else takes notice. That's you. Quiet power, steady emergence, no rush, no permission needed. Philippians 1:6 reminds us, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." The work has already begun, and now it's beginning to reveal itself through you. So don't be surprised if people start treating you differently. It's not just respect. They're responding to the evidence of the divine within you, and they may not have language for it, but their spirit recognizes it. That's the beauty of becoming. When it's real, it doesn't need a voice to be heard. You've crossed the threshold. You are no longer introducing yourself. Your life is doing the talking now, and those who didn't notice before, the ones who overlooked your presence, dismissed your purpose, or couldn't perceive the call on your life, they'll feel it now, but not because you'll shout louder or force them to see. It won't be a storm of noise or a sudden performance. It'll be a shift, quiet, divine, and utterly undeniable. A shift in your atmosphere, a shift in your opportunities, a shift in your conversations, a shift in how aligned everything begins to feel, your time, your talents, your peace. Because this isn't about attention. It never was. It's about evidence. And evidence doesn't beg to be seen. It stands as fact. It leaves no space for argument and no need for approval. It simply is. Can you sense it happening already? The way rooms fall quieter when you enter. The way people hesitate before speaking, as if something about you demands greater care. That's not intimidation. It's recognition. Their spirit is catching up to a truth that heaven has known all along. Isaiah 61:3 speaks of God giving his people a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. That divine exchange is now visible on you. You're no longer wearing the ashes of what you lost. You're crowned in the evidence of who you've become. You don't need to convince anyone that you've grown. You don't need to explain the pruning, the private tears, the nights you surrendered instead of speaking out. Why? Because the way your presence hits a room now is already declaring what words cannot. Do you remember the story of David? Before he was king, he was the forgotten son in the field. Even his father didn't present him when Samuel came to anoint a new leader. But when the oil wouldn't flow over his brothers, the prophet asked, "Are these all the sons you have?" 1 Samuel 16:11. David didn't fight for position. He didn't beg for recognition. He simply became the one the oil was waiting for. That's you now. The oil recognizes you, even if others didn't. Think of Malala, a voice for girls' education, once silenced by violence but elevated by truth. She never screamed for attention. Her recovery became her revelation. Her life, full of dignity, conviction, and courage, became the evidence. Today, the same people who tried to silence her now sit and listen. And let me tell you about Sarah, a woman who once worked behind a customer service desk in a dimly lit corner of an office building. She greeted people with kindness, but no one remembered her name. Then one day, she was asked to speak at a company retreat because a manager overheard her encouraging a weeping intern. She spoke just 3 sentences, but in that moment, something in the room shifted. Later that day, 3 different departments requested her input on future culture building strategies. She didn't plan it. She didn't chase it. She simply carried something that couldn't stay hidden anymore. That's where you are now. Imagine the way a tree bears fruit after a long winter. No announcements, no music, just evidence. Branches once bare, now heavy with sweetness. That's what your life is becoming. Fruitful, not from force, but from faithfulness. John 15:8 says, "This is to my Father's glory, that you bear much fruit, showing yourselves to be my disciples." You don't have to argue that you've been walking with God. Your fruit is already speaking. Your posture, your peace, your timing, your no's, and your yeses, they all bear witness now. So don't turn back to explain yourself to those who chose not to see you. Don't shrink to make them comfortable. You don't owe anyone proof, because you are the proof. The way you walk, the way you stay, the way you rise, that's the revelation. And heaven is about to make it clear. You don't need to prove that you're chosen. You don't need to announce it, explain it, or make others comfortable with it. The alignment alone is saying everything. The way doors are swinging open without you having to knock. The way certain people are being quietly removed while others are sent to lift, cover, and recognize you. The way heaven keeps moving pieces without your effort. That's your confirmation. Isn't it beautiful how God works in whispers rather than explosions? Isn't it humbling to realize that the evidence of your calling was never in your striving, but in the way grace found you when no one else could? This is what divine timing looks like, not rushed, not loud, not built on pressure or people-pleasing, but perfectly placed, like puzzle pieces that only make sense when the full picture starts to form. Ecclesiastes 3:11 declares, "He has made everything beautiful in its time, not in your time, not in the world's time, but in His time." And that's what's unfolding now. The timing is no longer theoretical, it's tangible. You can feel it in your spirit, see it in your surroundings, sense it in the silence between one miracle and the next. And no, you're not being elevated to impress anyone. This is not about platform. This is about purpose. This is about being positioned strategically, spiritually, and silently to fulfill something so much bigger than what anyone can see on the surface. Have you considered that the shifts you're feeling are not just career moves or lucky breaks? Could it be that the divine is making room for your mission? That what felt like delay was actually design? Mother Teresa, the saint of Calcutta, never sought fame. She walked into the poorest streets not to be noticed, but to serve the invisible. And yet the world turned to watch her. Why? Because her positioning wasn't about attention, it was about divine assignment. The world eventually saw what heaven had known all along. She was chosen for something bigger than applause. And I'll tell you about Ezra, a once overlooked assistant pastor in a tiny village church. For years, he taught children's classes while dreaming of revival. No one ever asked for his opinion in leadership meetings. Until one night, during a severe storm, the senior pastor couldn't arrive. Ezra was asked to fill in. That night, he preached what he thought would be a small encouragement, but it ignited an awakening that brought hundreds to Christ over the following months. He didn't force it, he was positioned for it, and when God said now, everything shifted. So when you ask, why now? Understand, it's because this moment is sacred. It's not just another chapter, it's the divine unveiling of why heaven handpicked you in the first place. Not to perform, not to prove, but to fulfill. Romans 8:30 reminds us, those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. This moment isn't just about being seen, it's about being activated. It's the unfolding of identity, the visible echo of what's been stirring in your soul for years. Think of how the tide comes in. It doesn't announce itself with trumpets. It returns quietly, relentlessly, covering everything in its path. That's how God's movement in your life feels now. Inevitable, unstoppable, and saturated in purpose. And the most powerful part, this is only the beginning. So don't shrink. Don't question the sudden acceleration. Don't ask, why me? Ask instead, what now? Because you're not just in a moment of transition, you're standing in the sacred unveiling of your divine assignment, and heaven is not done with you yet. You don't need to chase what's already written. You don't need to strive for something that's already sealed in heaven. There is a path with your name on it. Not a maybe, not a possibility, but a divine certainty. What's written for you isn't hidden behind hustle. It's unfolding through alignment. And what's written for you, it's moving now. The script of your life that was penned long before you were born is now leaping off the page into your present reality. This isn't the result of pushing harder. You didn't finally unlock destiny by overexerting yourself. This moment wasn't earned through burnout or breakthrough formulas. What's happening now is what always happens when your soul catches up to the blueprint God has been holding in his hand from the beginning. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." You're not writing those plans now, you're walking into them. Can you feel the shift, the internal click when things suddenly begin to align, not through force, but through flow? That's what happens when heaven and your heart finally move in rhythm. When alignment meets readiness, things don't creep in. They click, they unlock, they unfold. Not like a struggle, but like a sunrise. Have you noticed how certain things are just happening faster now? How what once felt delayed now feels divinely timed? That's because you've stopped running after your purpose and started becoming the person it was always waiting for. Steve Harvey, now a world-renowned comedian and host, once lived out of his car, broke and discouraged. He often shares that what shifted his life wasn't luck. It was alignment with calling. He said, "Your career is what you're paid for. Your calling is what you're made for." Once he surrendered to what was already written for him, doors opened, not by might, but by divine movement. And let me tell you about Ilara, a quiet woman who spent 15 years working in a flower shop. She always loved designing arrangements, but never imagined they meant anything beyond beauty. One day, a customer came in, grieving the loss of a child. Ilara made a bouquet intuitively, unaware that each flower carried symbolic meaning in Scripture. The grieving woman wept, saying, "It's like God spoke through these flowers." That moment led to a ministry Ilara never planned, using floral design to deliver healing. She hadn't trained for this, she hadn't planned it, but her soul had caught up to a blueprint heaven had long prepared. Can you see the same unfolding in your life? The way peace confirms the path, the way grace accelerates the journey when you finally let go of the chase. Think of a river carving its way through a canyon. It doesn't force itself into the land. It follows the path that was already shaped for it. And in doing so, it transforms everything it touches. That's you now. You're not forcing doors to open. They're swinging wide because your spirit is moving in step with divine architecture. Romans 8:28 reminds us that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. You're not waiting for favor. You're walking in it. You're not begging for direction. You've become direction. So don't be surprised if things begin to click into place rapidly. Don't doubt the pace. Don't sabotage the ease. This is what it looks like when you're no longer striving to build a name, but surrendering to the name already written beside your destiny in heaven. You didn't unlock this. You aligned with it. And now that you've arrived at the intersection of readiness and divine design, nothing will be the same again. This isn't luck. Don't call it coincidence. Don't reduce it to chance. What you're seeing unfold around you, what you're sensing shift inside of you, is not random alignment. This is timing, finally catching up with truth. This is what it looks like when destiny is no longer delayed, when heaven says, "Now." Because the version of you that stands here today, steady, clear, open, is not a rushed miracle or an overnight success. You are the result of refinement. You've been broken and rebuilt, emptied and filled again. You've been stretched in secret, so that now, when the spotlight hits, you won't flinch. You'll stand. This is the version God has been waiting to send into rooms that once felt too high, too far, too closed. Not because those rooms have changed, but because you have. Now, you don't walk into them seeking proof of your worth. You're not looking for validation in the eyes of others. You no longer need to earn your place. You know your assignment. And something shifts when you enter, not because you demand it, but because you embody it. You don't have to prove you belong. You simply show up and the room adjusts. Because spiritual authority doesn't announce itself. It attracts acknowledgement. Proverbs 18:16 tells us, "A man's gift makes room for him and brings him before great men." That's exactly what's happening now. Your gift isn't just making room, it's reshaping the space. The same doors that were once locked are opening, not because you're louder, but because you're ready. Let me ask you, when you walk into a place now, do you notice how different it feels? How conversations bend in your direction? How the atmosphere grows stiller, more focused, like it recognizes what you carry? That's not ego, that's evidence. Michelle Obama, former First Lady, lawyer, and advocate, once said, "When I walk into a room, I never try to become anyone else. I've learned that showing up as my full, authentic self is the most powerful thing I can do." She wasn't trying to match the room. She let the room meet her at the level of her authenticity. That's what you're doing now, not adapting to be accepted, but holding space as yourself. And I want to tell you about Jonah, not the prophet, but a quiet strategist who once worked at a non-profit, invisible in most meetings. For years, his ideas were overlooked, not because they weren't good, but because he wasn't loud. But over time, his consistency spoke louder than others' performance. One day, during a national crisis, a leader asked, "Who's the one who's been holding all this together?" All eyes turned to Jonah. And from that moment on, the rooms he once felt unworthy of became places where his wisdom was sought, not just tolerated. You've become that same kind of presence. You walk in differently now. Your shoulders carry less weight, not because the pressure is gone, but because peace has taken its place. You're no longer shrinking to fit. You're expanding because you're filled. Isaiah 54:2 says, "Enlarge the place of your tent. Do not hold back. Lengthen your cords, strengthen your stakes." You're not supposed to make yourself small in big places. You're supposed to expand into the space God has prepared for you. Think of how the moon doesn't try to shine. It simply reflects the sun, and the whole night sky adjusts. That's you. You're no longer trying to be seen. You're revealing what already is. So don't be surprised when the invitations come. Don't apologize for the favor that follows you. And most of all, don't shrink when God puts you in rooms that require the version of you that finally understands. You've already been chosen. And that shift you're sensing, that quiet command in your spirit, that undeniable presence that follows you into rooms and lingers even after you leave, that's not charisma, that's not coincidence, that's what divine preparation does. It doesn't just elevate you for a moment, it cements you for a mission. It doesn't give you temporary access, it gives you spiritual authority. You're no longer trying to become recognizable. You've become undeniable. You've crossed the line between trying to be seen and walking in the knowing that you were already marked by heaven. That's why the environment bends around your peace. That's why conversations pause when you speak. You're not just hoping to be noticed anymore. You're walking in a frequency that can't be ignored. What changed? Could it be that what you thought was a delay was actually God pouring cement under your feet, so that when you stood, you wouldn't be shaken? Psalm 75:6-7 says, "For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another." You didn't push your way into position. You were prepared for it. And now the position is responding to your preparation. Let me ask you, have you realized yet that your presence speaks louder than your resume? That sometimes people can't even explain why they respect you, but they do, because something deeper than words walks with you. Think of Viola Davis, award-winning actress, author, and advocate. She once said, "The only thing that separates women of color from anyone else is opportunity." But before she received global recognition, she faced years of rejection, typecasting, and silence. What kept her going? Not fame, not validation, but conviction. When the world finally noticed, it wasn't because she changed. It was because her truth could no longer be ignored. That's the stage you're in. The truth you carry is starting to resonate so deeply that it speaks before you do. You're not hoping for attention. You're commanding atmosphere without even trying. I'll tell you about Micaiah, a quiet graphic artist who never advertised her services. She just created with excellence and prayer. One day, a business executive stumbled across her work on a forgotten portfolio page. Something about it stopped him cold. He said, "I don't know who she is, but I need that spirit in my company." Micaiah was flown in, hired, and later given authority over brand identity for an entire movement. She didn't chase influence. She became influence through the frequency of consistency and faith. Isaiah 60:22 says, "The least of you will become 1,000, the smallest a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly." And when God moves swiftly, it's because the root work is finished. He's not launching you loosely. He's establishing you. Imagine the way a mountain holds the horizon. It doesn't need to make noise. Its very presence commands stillness. That's you now. You're not trying to prove anything. You've become something that requires no introduction and no defense. So don't minimize this shift. Don't question the weight you carry. Don't dim the clarity you've been entrusted with. When divine preparation has done its full work in you, what's next isn't applause, it's impact. You're not rising to be seen. You've been set in place to be felt, and the world may not always understand it, but it won't be able to ignore it. And the reason God waited until now, the reason heaven held back what your heart cried out for, is because anything earlier would have required too much explanation, too much energy spent convincing people who were never supposed to carry the weight of your vision, too many attempts to validate your rise to those who were never equipped to see you clearly in the first place. Can you imagine how much of your anointing would have been wasted on defending what God was still developing? God, in His mercy, delayed the exposure so you wouldn't have to explain the process, because premature elevation demands too many apologies, but divine timing allows the fruit to speak for itself. Now you're in a different atmosphere, one that speaks before you do. You don't need to introduce your growth. The air changes when you walk in. The evidence is visible. The oil is present. The fruit is undeniable. And what once needed context now carries conviction. You've stopped trying to prove how far you've come because your posture says it all. John 15:5 says, "I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit." And that's what's happening. You've remained faithful, and now the fruit is forming without explanation. And fruit never has to explain how it grew. It just is. Let me ask you, would you really want to go back and bloom before the soil was ready? Before the rain had softened the ground? Before the roots were deep enough to hold the weight of your becoming? Take Morgan Freeman, a legendary actor known for his calm authority and unmistakable voice. Did you know he didn't achieve widespread fame until his 50s? Decades of smaller roles, background appearances, and overlooked brilliance. But when his moment came, the world listened, not because he shouted louder, but because the depth of his presence made silence impossible. He never had to explain why he took longer. His fruit explained it for him. And I'll tell you about Leona, a former foster child who spent her early 20s working as a night janitor in a school. No one knew she wrote poetry in the margins of her cleaning checklist. One day, a teacher found one of her poems left behind. Months later, her words were featured at a national education conference. Today, she leads creative writing programs for at-risk youth. She didn't launch herself. She was revealed when the time was right and the soil was ready. That's what's happening to you now. You're not defending your process anymore. You're walking in the results of it. You're not clarifying how God shaped you. You're living the revelation. Isaiah 61:11 says, "For as the soil makes the sprout come up, and a garden causes seeds to grow, so the sovereign Lord will make righteousness and praise spring up before all nations." That growth doesn't come with noise. It comes with inevitability. So let the people talk. Let them wonder. Let them try to understand. You owe no one a footnote for what God already signed his name to. You don't have to lower your voice to explain your rise to people who were never assigned to walk beside it. This isn't the season of justification. It's the season of demonstration. You're not looking for your voice anymore. You're not searching for language to define who you are, because your voice is already in your walk. Every step you take speaks without sound. Your presence testifies before your words do. Your direction isn't up for debate. Your life is already walking the way. Even when others were waiting for you to ask for directions, heaven was already ordering your steps. You're not waiting to be chosen. That part of you, the one that used to ache for acknowledgement, has finally remembered the truth. You were marked before you even knew there was a race, set apart before the race began, appointed before you had language for what was stirring inside of you. Ephesians 1:4 reminds us, "He chose us in him before the creation of the world to be holy and blameless in his sight." You weren't just included, you were intended. This is what makes it different now. This is why everything feels quieter, calmer, yet heavier with meaning. It's not just that things are happening, it's that you no longer feel the need to question whether you deserve them. That question has dissolved, not because of pride, but because of peace. Because deep down in places no applause ever reached, you know. You know what it cost you to become this version of yourself. And how could you ever explain to anyone how many silent shifts it required? How many invisible recalibrations? How many times you made holy decisions in private with no reward, no recognition, just obedience, just trust? Let me ask you, how many prayers did you pray that no one heard but God? How many nights did you choose character over comfort, integrity over impulse, purpose over popularity? You know, and heaven knows, and that's enough. Consider Denzel Washington, one of the most respected actors of our generation. What many people don't know is that before fame, he was prophesied over by a woman in his mother's beauty salon. "You're going to speak to millions," she said, "but it's going to be ministry." He didn't chase success blindly. He made decisions rooted in faith. In interviews, he often shares, "Put God first in everything you do." That's what set him apart. Not just his talent, but his alignment. And I'll tell you about Noelle, a woman who turned down 2 promotions because she felt they would pull her away from her divine assignment. Her co-workers called her crazy, but she kept showing up with excellence and grace. A year later, a new role was created, one she didn't apply for, that merged her passion for mentoring with organizational leadership. It wasn't coincidence, it was reward. Not for being loud, but for being faithful when no one was watching. Isaiah 49:2 says, "He made my mouth like a sharpened sword. In the shadow of his hand he hid me. He made me into a polished arrow and concealed me in his quiver." That's what your life has been, refined in silence, hidden not to be forgotten, but to be revealed at full strength. And now you're no longer auditioning for approval. You're walking in remembrance. You're not asking the world to crown you. You've already been crowned in the Spirit. Think of a seed that spent years underground before anyone ever saw green. Roots went deeper than most will ever know. And one day, without announcement, it broke the surface. Not because it finally became worthy, but because it had always been ready. Now it was time. That's you, not rising by accident, rising by design. So when the blessings show up, when the favor follows, when the room honors your presence without you having to speak, don't flinch, don't hesitate. This is what obedience looks like when it matures. This is what happens when someone chooses to grow even when no one is watching. God saw all of it, every silent surrender, every uncelebrated victory, every time you chose obedience over applause. And more than that, he stored it. Every unseen seed, every tear sown in silence, every decision made in secret. He recorded it not to remind you of the weight, but to reveal the glory. And now, in the fullness of time, he's unfolding it, not with flashing lights or thunderous noise, but with something far more powerful, clarity. This isn't a grand announcement. It's a holy unveiling. The kind of clarity that makes people stop mid-sentence. The kind that shifts dynamics in a room without a word. The kind that stirs something spiritual, even in those who can't articulate what they're sensing. Why? Because you carry something not everyone does. Not pride, not performance, but presence. You carry anchoring. It's not that you're better, it's that you're rooted, and that rootedness makes you unshakable in moments that would have wrecked the old you. People can feel it, even if they can't define it. Psalm 1:3 describes the righteous as a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. That's you now, not striving, but steady, not proving, but producing. And the fruit in your life no longer needs defense, it speaks. Have you noticed that you don't have to raise your voice to be heard anymore? That your silence often holds more authority than others' noise? That's not confidence, it's conviction. Take Angela Bassett, one of the most respected actresses of our time. She never chases attention, she carries it. Her elegance isn't performance, it's depth. In interviews and award speeches, she often speaks with poise and humility, but her presence commands the room. Why? Because she's anchored. Her power comes from who she is, not from what she says. I want to tell you about Isaiah, not the prophet, but a photographer who once worked in obscurity, capturing quiet beauty in unnoticed places. For years, no one bought his work. He thought about giving up, until one day, a gallery owner walked past his tiny stand and froze. One image, a shot of an elderly man praying under a tree, moved him to tears. That photo went on to be featured in a global peace exhibit. Isaiah hadn't changed his art. The world had finally caught up to what he carried. Essence does that. You're not drawing attention with effort anymore. You're holding attention with essence. You've become magnetic, not because you sought it, but because you surrendered to truth. And truth, when fully embodied, glows. It doesn't need to compete. It simply is. John 8:32 says, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." That freedom isn't always loud. Sometimes it walks into a room quietly and shifts the entire climate. That's who you are now. You walk in truth. You breathe in purpose. You exhale clarity. And people feel it. You don't have to ask for space anymore. You are the space. You no longer need to prove what you carry. Your walk reveals it before your words do. And nothing is louder than someone who lives their calling without needing permission. That's who you've become. Not someone who tries to be seen. Someone who has finally remembered. They were sent. You don't just carry light. You embody it. You don't merely reflect truth. You radiate it from within. But here's what makes it different now. You move like someone who remembers the dark, but no longer lives there. You haven't forgotten what it felt like to be lost, unseen, misunderstood, or broken. But you don't dwell there anymore. You've been delivered from it, and now that deliverance shapes how you walk. There's something holy in that subtle knowing, that deep, grounded peace that doesn't need to speak loudly to be felt, that quiet certainty that doesn't waver even when the room shakes. And that's how God reveals why He chose you. Not just in the eloquence of your words, but in the elegance of your silence, in how you walk into chaos and don't flinch, in how your very stillness steadies the atmosphere, in how you radiate peace without needing recognition or credit for it. Philippians 4:7 says, "And the peace of God which surpasses all understanding will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." That peace is not passive. It's a weapon. It's a presence. It walks before you and says what your mouth doesn't need to. Can you feel how different you've become? How you no longer react to tension the way you used to? How stillness has become your strength rather than your struggle? When was the last time you walked into a difficult space and realized you were the calm? Not because you tried to be, but because you've become so anchored in God's truth that external noise can't disrupt your internal rhythm. Nelson Mandela, political prisoner turned president, once said, "I am not a saint unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying." When he walked out of prison after 27 years, people expected bitterness, but he led with forgiveness, with peace. His presence brought calm to a nation in chaos. That's not weakness, that's authority clothed in peace, just like the kind you now carry. And let me tell you about Hannah, a once anxious college student who used to break under pressure during every exam. But one day, after months of reading Psalms and sitting in stillness with God each morning, something shifted. During finals, while everyone else was panicking, she smiled softly, breathed deeply, and finished first. Her classmates asked her secret. She simply said, "God knows me. I trust him more than this test." They didn't understand it, but they couldn't deny it. That's what peace looks like when it's lived, not preached. Isaiah 26:3 says, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast because they trust in you." That's you now, steadfast, settled, saturated in a peace that confuses the world but confirms your anointing. Think of how the moon lights the night sky. It doesn't fight the darkness, it exists above it. It moves silently but commands attention. It reminds us that even in the darkest places, light can still lead. That's the kind of presence you bring into rooms now. You're not chasing validation. You're not looking for acknowledgement. You are the evidence of divine peace in motion. You walk into pressure and bring the temperature down. You sit in tension and turn it into truth. You stand where others shrink, not because you're trying to be strong, but because you know who holds you. So when people ask, "What changed?" you won't need to say much. Your stillness already answered. This, right here, is the real evidence. Not just the blessings themselves, not just the open doors or sudden favor, but how you hold those blessings, how you carry success without letting it carry you, how you wear visibility like a mantle, not a mask. That's the mark of divine maturity. It's not the size of what you're walking into, it's the stability you bring with you when you get there. Anyone can step into a room, but not everyone can bring peace with them. Anyone can receive a platform, but not everyone can steward it with grace. That's what makes what's happening in your life now different. It's not just a blessing, it's a witness to the process you've been through. And that's why what's happening now will last. Because this isn't a moment you manifested through hustle, performance, or ambition. It's a moment you were matured into. You didn't just attract this season, you grew into it. You were forged for it. You were stretched for it. You were refined for it. James 1:4 declares, "Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." You didn't shortcut your process. You didn't abandon your values. You let perseverance finish its work. And now, what God is giving you isn't temporary. It's eternal in impact. Can you feel the difference in your spirit? That quiet knowing that what's yours can't be shaken this time. That you no longer fear the blessing leaving because you know the one who gave it. Think of Maya Angelou, poet, truth-teller, and living legacy. Her words didn't echo across generations because they were loud. They echoed because they were anchored. She once said, "I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it." That's the kind of inner strength that makes a life unshakable. And that's what you carry now, not flash, but foundation. And let me tell you about Elijah. No, not the prophet, but a once struggling musician who spent years playing for empty rooms. Every time he got overlooked, he said, "If heaven heard me, I'm not unseen." One night, without any warning, a well-known artist cancelled a concert last minute. Elijah was asked to fill in. He didn't just perform, he shifted the atmosphere. People didn't just applaud, they wept. His time had come, but the moment didn't change him. It simply revealed that he had already become who God needed him to be. That's you now. You're not stepping into fragile favor. You're stepping into fortified fulfillment. The kind that's been built brick by brick in the unseen. The kind that isn't shaken by critics or circumstances. Isaiah 28:16 says, "See, I lay a stone in Zion, a tested stone, a precious cornerstone for a sure foundation. The one who relies on it will never be stricken with panic." You're walking on that cornerstone now, and your elevation is resting on what's been tested. Like a cathedral built over decades, your rise may have taken longer, but now it won't collapse under pressure because your calling has structure, your character has weight, and your peace has roots. This is why the next level won't crush you, because the foundation was forged in fire, and the blessing was born in obedience. You're not balancing it. You've been built to carry it. So hold it with humility, walk in it with wisdom, and rest in the knowing what God fortified cannot be shaken. The relationships, the resources, the opportunities, they're no longer arriving through struggle. They don't come wrapped in stress or coated in chaos. They come with flow, with grace, with a quiet rhythm that doesn't demand attention but confirms divine intention. Why? Because you've stopped trying to force your life into shape. You're no longer hammering your destiny into place out of fear. You're letting it rise, like breath, like tide, like fire. You've surrendered the survival mindset that told you to keep one foot ready to run. And because of that, life is now flowing with alignment, not resistance. You're finally allowing your journey to meet what it was always designed to become. Can you feel how different that is? The release, the trust, the stillness in your steps. So now, breathe, deeply, unapologetically. You don't need to rush anymore. You don't need to over-explain the favor on your life. You don't need to keep bracing for the other shoe to drop, as if God's goodness were conditional or about to expire. It's not. This is not a fleeting moment. It's not a temporary wave that will crash as quickly as it rose. This is the reveal, the unveiling, the moment where everything heaven has been hiding inside you is starting to shine outside of you. Ecclesiastes 3:14 declares, "Everything God does will endure forever. Nothing can be added to it and nothing taken from it." God does it so that people will fear him. What's happening in your life now is not a phase. It's established. It's permanent. It's God-ordained. And the most beautiful part, you don't need to announce it. You don't need to post it, prove it, or parade it. Because God is already showing it. The evidence is your peace. The proof is your presence. The announcement is in your alignment. Let me ask you this. Do you remember when you used to beg God for things you now carry without even noticing? That's how you know the shift is real. You're no longer reaching, you're resting. You're no longer proving, you're present. Consider Keanu Reeves, a Hollywood actor known for his humility and grace. Despite immense fame, he moves with a quiet peace that radiates authenticity. He doesn't chase headlines. He lets his integrity speak. People often say, "There's something different about him." That's what happens when you live in divine rhythm. Your essence speaks louder than your effort. And I'll tell you about Alea, a former corporate assistant who always dreamed of starting her own wellness studio. She didn't have a marketing plan, just a whisper from God and a journal full of quiet visions. One day, a woman passed by her apartment and saw her stretching near the window. That woman was a publisher looking to feature black-owned businesses. 2 months later, Alea's studio was fully funded. She didn't chase the spotlight. She simply lived her calling, and the spotlight found her. Isaiah 60:3 says, "Nations will come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your dawn." You are that dawn now. Your light doesn't beg to be seen. It draws what was already assigned to find you. So don't hold your breath, waiting for this to fade. Exhale. This is real. This is lasting. This is not luck. This is not hype. This is evidence. And here's the wonder. You are the evidence now. You are the walking, breathing, living fulfillment of every quiet yes you whispered in secret. You are what obedience looks like when it matures. And the world is about to see, undeniably, unquestionably, unshakably, why heaven waited for you. This is not a peak. It's a beginning. What you're stepping into now isn't just the result of waiting. It's the result of becoming, quietly, faithfully. You didn't rush your way into this season. You were refined into it. And that's why what's unfolding isn't fragile. It's fortified. Not because of how loud your journey has been, but because of how deeply you've walked with God through the silence. You are not here by coincidence. You are here by covenant. The shift you're feeling is real. The peace surrounding you is not imagined. The alignment, the favor, the clarity, it's all evidence of what happens when heaven's timeline finally meets your readiness. This is the reveal. And you're no longer trying to hold it together just to survive. You're now holding space for what was always yours to carry. So don't rush, don't apologize, don't explain, just remain anchored, present, expectant. The world is not about to witness your rise simply because of what you've done, but because of who you've become. And what God has placed on your life can't be ignored, reversed, or revoked. Not by opinions, not by delays, not even by your past. You are no longer waiting to be called. You are walking in the calling, and the atmosphere is adjusting to match it. If this word confirmed what's been stirring in your spirit, take a moment to reflect and respond. Comment 777 below to say, "I receive it, I recognize it, I remember who I am." Be sure to like, subscribe, and share this with someone else who's stepping quietly into the most powerful chapter of their life. To each one of you who has supported this space, whether through your encouragement, your presence, or your gifts through super thanks, thank you. You are sowing into something sacred, and your faithfulness does not go unnoticed. Heaven remembers every seed. May you walk from this moment with a renewed sense of confidence, not in yourself, but in the one who called you. May divine clarity go before you, divine protection surround you, and divine favor chase after you. And above all, may you never again doubt what's already written. You are chosen, you are rising, and heaven has only just begun to reveal why.